when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All of this cloud and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Then all you really need is hope. Let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
This will determine if we keep doing this for the rest of the week, because we were at like 2:15, 2:20 whenever we tried to hold hands and switch. And so did it automatically reroute you guys is my question, or did it make you have to go click a link? I'm just curious because I've never really done the rerouting thing. And we've lost about half of our audience. So I am wondering, is it gonna do this? Like, we might have to not do this again. Even though it makes editing more beneficial and all of the things, I think we might just have to stick with it. But what happened was yesterday, of course, they showed the photos. I had a feeling they were going to show the photos. And we gave the warnings, we did all the things, and you were auto rerouted. Good. Okay, you weren't rerouted. You had to click a link, went right over. Interesting. It worked for some of you guys then. Your phone or your TV automatically switched, your phone did not. You may not have waited long enough and you panicked. That's so funny, Tinky. You got a notification. Okay. Hi, C-Dub. Hello. I guess we should have all held hands before I did it. That way we didn't lose anyone. That's so funny. But yesterday, okay, so there's a lot of controversy around the autopsy photos. Some people blocked the screen, some people did not. We did not, because I feel it's part of the court process. And this is what the jurors have to see. This is the reality of what happened to him and all of the things. And the judge intentionally fixed the cameras so that we would be able to see, so that if they didn't want it seen by the public in court, then they would not have fixed the camera intentionally prior to it. And so that's what my thought process was on it. I know that there were A bunch. There's a bunch of creators who did show it and who did not edit their videos, who did not do anything. My concern is that there was a community post this morning in which someone was instructing people to go and report videos that they see this footage on and that they see the pictures on. And so my hesitation is I don't want to get a silly strike over I don't want to get a strike over that. And so so we just took it down. We're going to edit it. Someone sent the photos to her? Why would somebody send the photos to her? See, that's wrong. The family wasn't in the courtroom for a reason. They left there for a reason. So I don't know why somebody would do that. Yes, it was in context as part of the trial, exactly, the Spudler, and I did a huge warning before it was played. I knew, I had a bad feeling that it was gonna show, but it's part of the case. But I could understand where there would be upset feelings. So I did. I took it down temporarily. I planned to edit it and put it back up. I know you wouldn't worry about it, Emily. And a lot that's what I was getting mixed reactions from people I was talking to, don't worry about it, worry about it. I don't know. My concern is I want to be able to be part of this trial. I want to be able to I want to be able to show this trial, and if somebody would false flag my channel like as if I was trying to upset someone or whatever, that's all it takes to get me down for a week. And so I don't even want to risk it. Yeah, whoever sent the pictures to the family, they are heartless. Are we living in China? I know. Your Facebook group told everyone to unsub to anyone who shows up per Landon. But the thing is, Roberta, even Law and Crime showed it. Even Law and Crime showed it. Yes, they fixed their screen about halfway through, but here's the thing, it's still there. They are all still there. So, yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna edit it just to be safe. I don't want to and the last thing I do wanna do is cause the family any more pain than what they're already going through, right? So we're just gonna take it down, we'll just edit it, it's not a big deal. I don't think there's anyone in this crowd who is, um I don't think there's anyone in this crowd who's gonna go back to those images and wanna zoom in on them and all the things. Angela, yes, I am on Rumble. The full video is still on Rumble, or it should be. So, yeah. Yeah. Hi, B Tim. Criminality, just we're just talking about how, there was a community post this morning basically instructing people to strike channels that had the footage up. And I know, like, Chasing went back and edited her video, but, like, I know that, like, Gray and well, everyone, everyone still has it up, everyone. And so, I don't know. But, yeah, I would too, Boo Will, if someone sent me photos of my own child in that type of way, or yeah, you'd absolutely die. I don't know why someone would send that to the family. It's awful. That's awful. But it is what it is. Regardless, like I said, it doesn't upset me to do it. It's just a pain. And so that's why we tried to do that this way. This is why we're splitting the lives now because YouTube, whenever you have a BTM, I'll message you. I'll talk to you in Discord. Whenever you are doing long videos, YouTube will not let you edit after like 4 hours because it's too long. It's too long. And so we're splitting it up now because if something should happen in the future, then we'll do it this way and we'll be able to edit. Yeah. Anyways, so we have lunch today. Been asking around about Rumble. Seems like a lot of people are making the switch. It's really terrible that people are sending them to the family sucky people. Yeah. Angela, I have been on Rumble for a while now. But it just kind of like I don't go live on Rumble. Like my videos just upload there after they're uploaded here, basically. And so after the live is over, and I think it takes a couple hours, then they upload over there. Mostly because I still haven't figured out how to link it to my StreamYard. But really, there's not very many people so far, it looks like, as far as true crime goes over on that site. So let me go see. I didn't even know what Rumble was until not very long ago. Um, it's been a couple months, I guess. Let me get my link for you guys. For those of you who don't even know what Rumble is, it's a platform similar to YouTube, but like, I don't know. Similar, but it's not. Yeah, cutting it in half during lunch breaks, exactly. Yes, Emily. Absolutely. I did open a new live, Jinx. Yes, yes, yes. What's everyone making for lunch? Aren't we all just eating Easter candy? Can you please explain does yeah, okay, so let me get my link, I think. How do I do this? I don't even know. That's how often I share Rumble. Here it is. I'll show you guys what it looks like. That's exactly it, Yorkie. It's like for storage. Storage. They are all there. So this is what Rumble looks like. And so, for example, if you wanted to watch yesterday, since it is down right now, there is on my Rumble the full video from yesterday. It's there. Yes, YouTube without censorship for now. Um, but just you go down through and there's all these videos basically. And so pretty much everything I do here goes there. But I have like 14 followers. It's like no, 15. Hey, welcome whoever just came to follow. Um yeah, just what we need. Another platform, I know, right? There's this, and then of course there is the Kick that everyone seems to be starting up, but I don't think I'm going to. If everyone else leaves and goes to Kick, I will still be here on YouTube. I just like how user friendly it is. Rumble is not user friendly for lives. Good to know, Amy. Thank you, Yorkie. I was like, wow, I just went up. I was like, I only have 14 people. Nope. Bam. So that's what Rumble looks like though. And then you go in and obviously like it's the same way. You just hit play and you can see, and then they have all the recommended and all those things. So it's just like I don't know. It seems like everybody is trying to make up their own platforms now. Yeah, don't do Kick. That's what everybody's saying. Don't do Kick. I know B Tim already lectured me about Kick too. He's like, it's a horrible platform. Horrible. Like, okay. Yeah, it's another app to clog the phone. I know, right? There's Twitch. There's so many things. Oh, no, Ramblin', did you get, like, kicked out of the replay mode? I'm sorry, Ramblin'. Okay. Here is the link if anybody wants to come up, same rules as always. Of course, you know you have to show me your face if you want to come on panel. If you don't want to come on panel, then don't click the link. Um, we're just gonna chat. I wanna pull up the stuff about Noel eventually here too, so that we can look at his case a little bit more. I know that there were quite a few of you guys who were asking about that. And I can turn on the I gotta I can turn on the call-in line too if you guys would like. As soon as I get my headphone to connect, if it's going to. Yes, go do your errands. Go take care of business. What is going on with my headset? It is like refusing to connect. If you went on, it would sound I had a little lamb as a guest. That's so funny. Why is this not connecting? What are you doing, Bluetooth? Oh, come on. I'm gonna, like, fight my headset right now. I keep saying it's not discoverable. It is a very long lunch today. We have an hour and a half. You guys got a long time. You were stuck chatting with me for a long time. I think one thing that caught me about the brother's testimony, though, was the fact that he said that Tisha had OCD and how worried she was about stuff being cleaned and order and things like that. And I thought that was interesting because number one, she would know how to clean up the crime scene because she's used to cleaning a lot of things. But also, kind of what Avery was saying the other day, you guys, about the fact that, with the messes and the bathroom issues and stuff like that, about her probably hating Gannon for that reason because she was tired of having to clean up after him. And it just makes you wonder. But I'm still stuck on the fact that they think that he walked into the house that day because then that takes my whole theory about him being, like, brought in, laid in bed, hoping he would die and all that stuff. That takes that completely out of the equation because it had nothing to do with that if he walked in on his own accord. So, like, he literally walked in and she just attacked him. Like, that to me is almost that much more disturbing that she essentially attacked him. For what reason? What could he have possibly done if it wasn't, I don't know, a surprise that he was still alive or whatever? I see you, Avery. I'm so sorry. I was on the other screen still trying to get my headphone to work. That was hilarious. I switched back and all I could see was her eyeball. How
I
are you,
had
hon?
I hey, I had, fish lips all the way up in the camera for you, and you were just talking away, and my lips got tired.
That's so funny. I was on the other screen still trying to get my stupid headphone to connect, and I, like, flipped over, and it was literally just your eyeball.
Oh my goodness. I have a question. and I don't know if I've missed it or maybe it just hasn't been brought up yet in the trial, or maybe it was in the affidavit and I missed it. But the bullets that they retrieved from Gannon, did they match any of the guns in the Stauch household?
Yeah, it was the 9 millimeter that was registered to Albert that was the
Okay.
one that was used, and they only got one of the bullets from him, and then the other ones were in the pillow.
Okay. And then I had another question yesterday. So I had to, replay most of the coroner. Um, she said that the blunt force trauma to the top of the head, the one that caused like the eggshell type cracks, she said that was pre-mortem. And then the attorney asked her if there was ever a point when she wasn't sure if it was pre-mortem or post-mortem, and she said no. But I was wondering, why would he ask her that? Does anybody know? Is there, because I would
So
like to think it
I
was
remember
post-mortem.
distinctly during the preliminary hearing, something about that got brought up. And
Hmm.
I don't know if it was the same woman. I meant to look back on the notes, to be completely honest, because I don't know if it was the same woman that they interviewed during that, but it was said that, could the head injury have been caused from him getting dropped off the bridge? And I swear that the person during the preliminary hearing said
Uh-huh.
something along the lines of like, "Yeah, sure, that's possible, I guess." You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like more damage could have been done that way. But
But
she
that,
seemed very avid about the fact that it wasn't.
yeah, because
So
she said no yesterday when asked that. Because the dent that is in the suitcase, it's not even in the right spot, I don't guess. Plus, is the suitcase like one of those metal? I don't know what kind of. I couldn't really tell what kind of a suitcase it is, but she would know if it was pre or post mortem by blood, right? By the hemorrhaging, the
yeah,
coroner would
correct.
know.
She would have evidence that about like what happened for that. I'm gonna go down through Spencer's tweets from the preliminary hearing and see if I can find where that person comes on, because that's where, of course, we had to
Yeah.
follow it from, was from Spencer Wilson.
So the reason I'm asking is because I it's seeming to me like from the timeline that I'm getting based on the affidavit and then the testimony that we're hearing so far, and then, well, there's a time of death in the affidavit, but I don't know if the coroner, you know, like if she corroborated that yesterday, but it seems to me like this was a full 16 hours of torture. And I don't, if I'm mistaken, then please tell me, but that's sort of how it's looking to me with the way everything, the way they're saying everything has happened. Like from the time of the burns
No,
and
that's
the time of
accurate.
the
I mean,
hydrocoke.
outside of the fact that, okay, so at 10, goodness, let me pull up the thing. At 10 whatever, 10:16, I think they left, or 10:13. Um, they were in the vehicle driving around for 4 hours. And outside of Petco, we don't know where exactly they were
Right. And we know the hydrocodone went into his system at least 12
at 12
hours
hours.
before he passed.
Correct.
So that's what it's so the way it's all lining up to me is it almost, and as much as I hate to say this and I hope I'm wrong, but it almost sounds like he was tortured for 12 hours.
Right.
Kind of like she didn't know, like
Well,
kind of like
and
she
something
wanted.
that was brought up last night during one of the, like, after the videos, like, everybody going back through things. So I don't know, I don't even remember whose it was because I've been watching so many, but somebody had brought up the fact that, again, Harley would have known what was happening or heard what was happening that evening at a candle incident. But we
Mhm.
found out over the course of this last week here that Gannon was upstairs in Lena's bed whenever she recorded that video.
Right,
She
right.
she even said that he went to lay down in Lena's bed. And so we don't know if he went back to that basement ever. And so did she keep him upstairs and continue to torture him all night long in Lena's bed?
See, and
Did
that's what I'm wondering because the ADT shows she was awake all night, according
Mhm.
to the doors and whatnot. So that's what I'm just wondering, did she stay up that entire time and just keep like going back in and just doing more and more and more? I wish there was a way to force her to. Why can't we waterboard her? We should be able to waterboard her, make her talk.
It would be nice. Here's the part where he's talking during the preliminary hearing. I just found it.
Okay.
So, okay. So he's interviewing with Cohen, which I got to go back now and see what this lady was yesterday. Um, so Cohen says there's a vast majority of homicides that include abuse before, and Cohen says many. Talini says, and usually biological parent is responsible, and Cohen says, sure. Talini says a step parent is 10% of the time. He says, I don't know, but it sounds right. Nice house, nice stepmom from your interviews. Cohen says, no one suspected what happened. No. Talini said, Al would have left him alone, or wouldn't Al have left him alone with her if he didn't think so? And Cohen says, I can't speak for him. Now asking about the post-mortem injuries. Talini says, is there's a surprising amount of them in this case. No. And he says, I can't speak on that. He says, has anyone asked the coroner who did the report, if it's possible, that the gunshot wound or blunt force trauma was after death? And he says, not sure. And on the redirect, the fourth judicial DA says, since they brought up the idea of the gunshot wound or blunt force trauma were after death, they need to be able to say, the report says, cause of death is blunt force trauma or gunshot trauma. What's listed as the cause of death? And it says gunshot or blunt force trauma. So it looks like they may not have interviewed the coroner herself through this, but that they interviewed a detective or someone, whoever Cohen is, and that it was asked during the preliminary hearing. I remembered it getting brought up about the
Okay.
postmortem injuries, but I wasn't sure why. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
I'm
sense.
so thankful for Spencer Wilson. Not only did he do a phenomenal job on the stand, but he's also been doing an amazing job throughout all of this, keeping us up to date and following this case. And like I said, he was here at the preliminary hearing. He went in person and tweeted the entire thing for us because we weren't allowed to watch it.
Yeah, yesterday I was so confused because I think I have a lag and I seen the chat. Oh, my dog, hang on. I seen everybody typing Spencer with hearts and I'm like, what's going on? Who's a Spencer? And then he come up and I was like, oh, okay. And he's cute too. Tucker, go get your own blanket and quit trying to steal the other dog's blankets. Sorry, dog barking.
It's okay.
If he
It's
doesn't
okay.
have his own blanket, he will bark at the other ones to try to steal theirs.
That's
So,
hilarious.
so
So
there was something.
Amy said that a standard dose of hydrocodone will take 3.8 hours for half of the dose to be flushed out of the average body. So that's a
Oh,
standard dose. Is that in a child though, or is that in an adult? That's a whole other thing. Um,
so I was thinking her brother testified that they thought, she was OCD. And that just again leads me more to what I said about her. Just, I feel like she wanted to be rid of Gannon because of his intestinal issues, because they are messy. And I know that firsthand with my son. They are messy. They have, accidents in their underwear. So a lot of times, even just wiping turns into a gigantic mess, especially if if they weren't giving him, which it sounds like he wasn't being treated properly because you don't just give Miralax occasionally. It has to be,
Right.
regular, like on a daily basis, a regular amount in order to get a premature child's body to start regulating. So if she was letting him like constipate and then giving him Miralax, like I can just imagine, the mess with her having OCD. I really think that she just wanted to be rid of him because of his problems, his medical problems. And then if he was ADHD, I heard somebody say that somewhere. Where did I hear that? That his dad testified that he was ADHD. Isn't
Hmm.
that right? So I'm thinking that on top of the medical problems, I think she hated him. I think she despised him.
And that's, I mean, it's probably true. To be honest, like you just hear no love towards him at all
Yeah,
whenever we're listening to the phone calls. I mean, we talked about this the other day. It's just so cold the way that she says the boy, that boy. It's
yeah.
just constant.
And see, I feel like if they would use that as motive, that would help towards premeditation, which would also help against the DID, thing that they're trying to claim.
Mhm.
But yeah,
I've been
so
trying to put myself into her head ever since this happened, and I know that sounds weird, but this is part of why I follow true crime is because I wanna understand the why behind it. I
mhm,
wanna understand the what the heck were they thinking in
yeah,
that moment? In
me
the
too.
moment that she decided to follow him into his bedroom and brutally murder him, what was she
Mhm,
thinking? Because this is
yep,
all day that this child was injured from something that she did to him or that happened that night, right? We've seen now the
mhm,
pictures of the couch. We've seen the pictures of the carpet square and the candle and all of that stuff. And
mhm,
it's like, if it was not something that she intentionally did to him, then
mhm,
what was it? Like, why, if it was an accident, why wouldn't you just get him health care? And she had all day. Like, she
yeah,
had from 10 PM at night or earlier, we don't know the exact time that the candle incident happened, but let's just
mhm,
assume 10 PM at night. She had from 10 PM at night all the way until 2:20 in the afternoon to make a
mhm.
different decision, and that's what kills me the most because I just don't understand it.
You're absolutely right. That's why I keep trying to like figure a motive to make it make sense to me, and
Right.
that's just the only thing that I can
And,
come
like,
up with.
hating him and stuff, I get that. I could understand that, but at the same time, like, you would think with Lena coming home so soon,
Mhm.
like, that she did all this, like, and it was so messy, and it was so horrible. It just I don't
Yeah.
know. I just don't get it.
Yeah. And I think her sitting there, showing no emotion just further proves that she does not suffer from DID because whatever alter she is gonna, claim that she's in right now, is that gonna last through 4 weeks of trial? And is that alter a completely emotionless person? Like her lack of any kind of emotion or remorse, I really think the jury is gonna send her to prison. That's just, that's what I'm
Are
predicting.
you worried at all about her brother saying that he knew in that moment that she must have snapped and became crazy?
No, because snapping is still, I mean, let me think on this. With her defense being the DID, that there would be no snapping. I mean, you switch, but you don't switch into violence. I mean, I've never heard of it anyhow. Well, we can
Well,
ask
and you would
Candace.
think that her alternate personality would have no understanding of why she was angry in that moment, right?
Right, right.
Because
And then
you would think if there's
usually,
some type of switch that occurs,
well,
like
usually if they do switch into, um, a violent alter, as soon as they come to, they're like, and they realize, because they usually don't have any memory of it, but they realize what they did. They're like, oh my God, I did that, that type of thing. But the way she just manipulated on, I don't think that would work for her.
yeah.
But her brother did say that he never noticed, like his whole life, he never noticed her, acting differently or calling herself different names. Or I think too many people have testified now that she seems seemingly sane. I I hope so. I hope she doesn't go to a mental hospital because, if she goes to a mental hospital and then like say in 10 years, 15 years, she seems like rehabilitated, they're going to let her out, and
Mhm.
that's scary.
It's very scary. It's very scary. I just uh yeah, maybe he just used that word. Sorry guys, I'm catching up in the chat now. Carrie, I'm so sorry for your loss, hon.
Oh, I can't see the chat, so I
It's
can't, I
okay.
missed it.
Um, one thing I wanted to say too is somebody pointed out, I gotta find it. Why have they not noted any switching during the trial so far? They have not showed one witness that says that she referred to herself in any different state yet.
Absolutely. And I truly believe that her husband, most especially, her family, they would know. They would know that.
Especially the fact that she was hauling around his body at that point. I mean, and his family literally even seen her with
Yeah,
his body, like with the suitcase anyways.
yeah. And I feel like the defense knows. I feel like I hear them like kind of huffing a lot before
Yeah.
answering questions, kind of like
They're
I
just
don't.
doing their job. Like I feel a little bit bad for them.
Yeah, when they do that sigh, it's like you can tell I don't really want to be here. I don't really want to be defending her, but I don't know. It's so mind-blowing to me. I've never watched a trial where a person who committed such a horrendous act just sits there so stoically. And that is so mind-blowing to me. Like, she needs shock therapy or something.
Mhm.
She needs to shock her ass into reality.
Oh my gosh.
But about the autopsy photos, so I did want to tell you before, and then I'm going to hop down. Um, so I am in agreement with you. It's part of the trial, and if the court wanted it to be shown, I'm in agreement with you. I really hate that there's just pathetic people in this world that would take those photos and do that and send them to the family. But as far as for you and your channel, I would have done the same thing. I would have showed them. And
Yeah.
I'm glad we did because we were able. It's
Honestly,
one
I'm
thing to,
glad that everybody who is here live was able to see it. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, because it's one
Because
thing
I
to
think it is an
hear it.
important part of the process to understand exactly
Uh-huh.
how much and what this monster did to him.
Oh yeah, yeah, because hearing it and then seeing it is, I mean, it really reinforces just how bad this was for this baby.
Right. But I also
Oh,
understand where, like, Landon is coming from, not wanting those pictures of her baby to be all over the internet.
true. I do understand that. Yeah. Gosh, yeah, I can't even imagine. I wouldn't want that either.
Right. So I see both sides. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Um,
do. Yeah.
so it's just in my stance on it, like it's fine. It's not that big of a deal because I don't think that they're like I said that anybody from my crowd anyways is going to want to go back and zoom in on these photos and like examine them on their own or whatever. Like I had a
No,
hard time even looking at that side of the screen the whole time they were up.
they were bad enough to see the first go round. Definitely don't want to go back and look.
Right.
Ugh.
Exactly. Exactly.
That poor kid. All right, well,
Have
I'll
you been
hop
following
down.
the Noel case? Sorry, I know you just said that you were gonna jump down, but
Oh, I only tidbits.
okay.
Yeah, I did see where they turned it is a death investigation. I did see that.
Mhm.
And really that's as far as I've gotten. I've got to go kind of dig in because I was listening to opening statements for Lori Vallow last night, and I feel overwhelmed with so many
Yeah.
different.
There's so much going on right now. So much.
And then the West case. So thank God they moved Sarah Boone's trial because I was probably about to have a nervous breakdown over it all.
I know, because there was so much I know on the docket. Well, thank you so much for coming up and giving your input and
Oh,
just,
yes, ma'am.
chatting for a minute.
All righty. Well, I'll be down in chat.
See you later, Avery.
Bye.
Guys, if you're not following her for her little daily update videos, please go and do so. Avery has been doing a phenomenal job summarizing the day's events with a compassionate approach and really just putting things together for you. If you miss like bits and pieces, it's all there. There's quite a few people right now that are doing that are putting that are summarizing the events, and so it's been great. It's been really nice. We got people in the evening and then CDT in the morning, and so then it gives us like a nice little refresher before the day ends and begins. Have they found anything under the concrete patio yet for little Noel? No. And so that's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. Um, Also because I know that there were people who were asking about the investigation earlier in chat, and so let me pull this up. So, little Noel Alvarez, let me pull up this first for those of you in the chat who may not know who we are talking about. I covered him a couple weeks ago, but obviously with the trial, we've been super busy. And so he has been missing since March 25th. He's 6-year-old, and he's been missing. An Amber Alert was issued after a welfare check was conducted on him. So, and he is missing out of North Texas, and it has now unfortunately turned into a death investigation, according to the latest press release from police. So we'll just watch this video real quick, get a brief summary here.
Information about a missing 6-year-old boy from North Texas. The urgent search for Noah Rodriguez Alvarez still underway, even though the Amber Alert has been canceled. Police in Everman, which is near Fort Worth, say Noel's family members were concerned they hadn't seen the child since November. His mother, Cindy Rodriguez Singh, claimed Noel was living with his father in Mexico. Investigators checked and learned that was not the case. Police then issued the Amber Alert, which led to a tip.
We learned that the mother, stepfather, and siblings had all left the country on a Turkish Airways flight to Istanbul that flew out on March 23rd prior to the issuance of the Amber Alert. Noel was not listed as a passenger on that flight. For this reason, the Amber Alert was discontinued and an endangered missing persons was issued through the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Police say Noel has several disabilities and needs medical treatment. If you have any information, please call the Everman Police Department.
So he's been missing for quite some time, Kate. Exactly. And his family fled the country after the Amber Alert came out. They hopped on a plane and they are gone. And so that was kind of red flags for me. I brought him up. Avery's channel is just Avery Shannon. BC dropped the link a little bit above you there. So they've been searching a concrete patio that was newly poured for him. And from what I understand, there was nothing found. But let me show you guys this neighbor interview real quick.
40 plus years.
Okay, so they were here doing obviously the search. They had to tear up the patio. They didn't find anything, but you were telling me just kind of a different story from what police have told us. So what's going on here?
Oh, I how I met her is I met her at a grocery store one night. I was thumping some melons, and she come up and so we got to be talking, and then I told her, we got to find out that I'd gone through a pretty bad relationship with somebody for like 11 years. She was a dopehead, and she took me for everything. So she had volunteered that if I needed somebody to come over and cook every now and then, she would. So we did that. So one day she came out, parked the car in front of my house, and it was cold. And she asked me, could she sleep right there in front of the house? I said, what do you mean? Her husband or whatever, the guy that got deported to Mexico, had left her with no rent money, no food, no nothing, no diapers. And so I told her, look, I got 2 extra rooms. Y'all are willing to come in if y'all want to come in and stay there. I said, I'm not going to charge you rent. So then later on, she ended up meeting her husband to be at one of them little stores down the street. And they ended up getting married because CPS had come out here when they had taken her kids originally, because she did have a DWI and she did have a drinking problem when she was here. I quit drinking altogether because of her DWI. And anyway, she had been clean for like 2 or 3 years because she had a breathalyzer, so she has to do that. But she was on probation, like 8 to 10 years if she broke it. That's why she fled, because when they came again, they couldn't find the well, and she supposedly told him where she took him. I don't know where she took him, have no idea. The story I'd got that she had taken him to the father. The father didn't want him, but the sister did. And so she left him with the sister. Now, I can't verify that because I don't know none of it to be a fact. So
what were the slab, this search? What have they told
she,
you about that?
not a thing. And I kept telling them the slab was poured after Noel supposedly had disappeared. I mean, why would he be underneath the slab? I think they just tore it up because they don't have no idea where the boy is, and they're frustrated.
But why was the slab poured and then the family immediately left?
Because she built a slab because she had the twins. She wanted to build a patio so the twins would have someplace she could sit in the patio and watch her kids play on the trampoline and the swings back there during the summer. But she eventually was going to add another room to the back of the house because her oldest daughter, the one that was with her now, not her oldest, but the one that lived with her, was going to need a room. She wanted a room, build a room. That's why it was heavy on one end. They kept saying it was heavy on one end because she was actually going to build another room back there.
But you know why, if she had all those plans, she suddenly up and left?
Scared that she was going to go to prison for 8 years and then not watch her kids grow up. Her twin, you take away from her twins, she ain't going to get to see them if she goes to prison.
She was scared that she was going to go to prison
because
Noel was missing?
Yeah, because that and CPS is going to come take her kids to start off with. That with Noel missing, they're going to take the kids. And now people are saying she was abusive. I've never seen her abuse Noel or any of the kids.
And you're the homeowner?
I'm the homeowner. I've been here 10 years. I worked most of the time when she was here.
Did she get permission from you to pour that slab, or how did that?
She's going to inherit. She was going to inherit the house, so she didn't need my permission. Because I have nobody to leave the house to. Nobody at all. I don't want to leave it to the city. So, she could basically was doing it for her own benefit.
And police told you not to go back there? I mean, have they told you?
When they first started tearing up, cut the little hole in the slab, police knocked on my door and said, if you come in the backyard while we're doing this, we're going to arrest you and take you to jail. And I said, for what? It's my house, my property. And they never give me a reason.
What do you make of all this?
What
do you make of all this that's happening?
Look around. The world is changing.
I know the police are desperate to find the boy, but they're looking in the wrong place, is all I can say, because he's not here.
Where do you think he is?
I have no idea. I think he's in Mexico, to be honest with you.
Do you think he's alive?
Yeah, I think he's alive, and that's why I told him I wasn't going to go to that deal they had last night. Because until you show me a body that he's dead, then I'll believe you. Because I think no way he's dead. Somebody's got him. Somebody's scared that they're going to get in trouble with the law because they've got him and they got him illegally, basically. She didn't go through the courts like I asked her. Like I told her, if you're going to adopt Noel, go through the court system. But she didn't do that.
Did you live here with them?
Huh?
Were you here with them? You lived here with them?
They lived here with me.
They
It's
lived
my
here with
place.
you.
Yeah.
When do you notice the kids were gone?
When I came from work, and I didn't deal with the kid much because I'd already had 3 surgeries on this arm. This is at the time, and I wasn't feeling good, and I was nervous about having to go because the doctor was setting me up with a surgeon, and that made me nervous. I was scared of that, so I didn't spend much time with the kids when I came from work. I just had quit work. I had to quit work because I wasn't physically able to work. And then I was worried about my bills. So I was sitting down trying to figure out how I'm going to pay my bills on Social Security. They help some. I don't like to count on somebody else's help. That's not their problem. But yeah, they didn't have to pay me rent, but they did pay extra money.
Did you find it suspicious when Noel just wasn't around back in November?
No, she told me that had taken him to the boy's daddy and that he didn't want him, but the sister did want him, what I was told. So
Where's the sister? Is she in the area or is she back in Mexico?
I,
Do you know anything about?
you know what? She wasn't gone long enough not to take him to Mexico, but the sister lives in Mexico. But I also remember back 10 years ago, I took him to his when when they first had problems. I took him to somebody's house and it was in Fort Worth, and I think that was his family. So that was before he got deported. So I really don't know. I have no idea where it was. I can't remember that. I mean, it wasn't important to me.
When she told you that the
Huh?
kid was in Mexico, when she told you the kid was in Mexico, did you believe her? Did you see
I didn't question her. I mean, they're her kids. I couldn't do anything.
But
I
to confirm, she didn't tell you that she was leaving. Like she didn't give you any heads
no
up. She
no
just up and left.
not at all. She just up and left me at the hospital by myself.
you mentioned that the phones were taken
Phones
away?
were all cut off. That's when I knew something was up, man. I was panicky being in the hospital. They wouldn't let me go. They wouldn't release me, and that's not a good. Oh, my dog.
Police here looking for her there.
Huh?
Police here are looking for her there in India. She's charged with a crime.
Yeah.
What would you want her to know? What would you tell her if you could speak to her?
I would ask her. I wished I would have been here. I think I could have talked her out of going, but I wasn't here. And her husband's from over there. I don't know what kind of story. I don't know how they're going to hide it. I don't know nothing about expedition or whatever. How they're going to get them.
And you said Charles Parsons?
Yeah.
Parsons?
Parsons. Yeah.
And again, everybody hears some version of this story and can't quite make hide or hail.
Yeah.
You're at least several steps closer to it than we are. What don't people who hear about this understand about these people we're talking about? What don't we know?
That they were good. They're good parents. I mean, they love their kids. They really love their kids. Why would you can check the kids' grades in school? The girl was making straight A's. The boy was a B student. She got another girl that was an A student. Does that sound like kids that are being abusive? You go back there and see all the toys they got. They got more toys that I'm going to end up throwing away than a man can shake a fist at. They're not rich.
You can't speak for her, so I'm not
No, I
asking you
can't.
to.
Yeah.
If she took her son to Mexico or to someone who took him to Mexico,
Yeah.
why the secrecy? Why the?
I can't tell you. I don't know. Because she's afraid she's going to lose her other kids. That's why. I mean, she's already lost them for a whole year. Can you imagine going a whole year without seeing your twins and they're 3 months old? I can't.
Do you know anything about the husband? Because they recently got married, right? And knew her husband.
I know her husband. Yeah, he'd been here for quite a while. I
Okay.
think like 2 years.
Do you know anything about him?
He worked every day. He made decent money. I mean, they got along good. He took care of the kids. He loved the kids. They would call him daddy.
Oh my gosh, I was muted that whole time I was reading. Fired. I am fired. Hold on. See who's calling. Yada yada, whatever. Muted. I know. I read that whole thing. Mute mom strikes again. Mute mom strikes again. Oh, jeez. That's so messed up. I read that whole article. Okay, let's go to the top. So basically, let me summarize this for you guys. The missing 6-year-old lived with his family. Monday, investigators dug up the new unpermitted concrete patio. Basically, they believed that he had been in this shed before the concrete patio was done. And so he was actually on this soil, and like the canines were alerting to the topsoil that was underneath of the concrete. And so once that topsoil was removed, the dogs stopped alerting by the concrete itself and followed the soil. The soil itself, they did not find his body or any physical evidence, but the investigators say they now believe that human remains were contained in the shed before the installation of the patio. So his remains were in the shed long enough, you guys, for it to leave a mark on the soil, for it to leave the oh man. Sorry, I just looked at the chat. And so I know now I got to read it again. Nope, you are you are getting the summarized version now. And so his remains were there long enough though to leave a stain on the topsoil. And that's awful. That's awful to me because they were there. They were living with this. So here's the inside of the shed though. This is how I found out that I was muted, because I went to go mute my microphone before I played this video, and of course it was already muted. So hold on. You guys have grown to love it. Me muting. Jeez. I used to notice the tomato a little quicker. Yeah. Now I don't even see it. Hope the court hearing will be back on in, I don't know, too many minutes. 45 minutes, 42 minutes. So, but the fact that this woman was living in this shed with 7 children, it's unbelievable to me. My blessings to all. Yeah, Kim, I was muted. The video itself has no sound, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. We can play it again and see, but I don't think it had sound. I think it's just crickets the whole time. I just don't understand, where were they sleeping? 7 kids. Where did they have room to sleep in here? Stupid. commercial. Like, it's a relatively big shed in comparison to some, but and I'm going to assume that the carpet that the man threw away was in connection to this child being deceased as well. But really, where would they have kept him? And where did these children all sleep? I mean, granted, they could have had a situation. Okay, there's a baby crib, so at least one of them. But they could have had a situation, I guess, where they could have ransacked the place while they were packing, but not this much dirt and like, look, there's a pill bottle on the floor, there's water bottles, so much. Oh, I guess I could have went slower. That would have been smarter. Let me get in here. Yeah, where are their beds? Guess just pillows and blankets. And like, listen, there are people all over the world who sleep on the floor, but it's just, yeah, where would you keep any of them in here? I could not in a million years picture having 7 people crammed into such a small place. KW10, yes, you were gifted earlier. I want to say by Emily. It was either Emily or Seal or oh goodness, I can't matter. Have a good meal, Spedler. Yes, there is an overturned mattress, and it looked like there was a couch back here. Maybe it's this right here looks almost like maybe a couch or a pull-out bed. Of course, it might just be a frame and mattress, the whole thing. Probably was sitting over in this side, so what, did they have one bed for the children and one bed for them, maybe? Either way, it's just sad, 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 sad. Really sad. Even sadder that they haven't found him. It makes me worry about situations like what we've seen in other cases where we have like Orrin and Orson still have not been found, Harmony Montgomery still has not been found, Cody Bigsby. Like there's so many children where it seems like this happens and then they just don't get found. Yeah, it's definitely bigger than what I first thought whenever they said shed as well. No, the old guy lived in the house. They lived in the shed on his property. You don't need a couch when you have 7 kids living in a shed. Those babies needed beds. Yeah. It did look like a box spring underneath. So CPS was involved, Amy, and that led to an investigation. And whenever they could not find him, that's whenever the Amber Alert happened, I believe. This is the case that I was talking about during jury duty, you guys. I pulled him up and I talked about him a little bit, and like I was saying, it's so hard to get invested in another child that is likely deceased. And then here we are, a couple like short weeks later, and now they are saying, yes, this is a death investigation. This is a child who is likely deceased. This is a child who is no longer with us, and now we can't find his remains. And it's infuriating. It's very, very infuriating. Hey, be nice. Be nice. Okay. Yeah, the Amber Alert was much later. Sorry, the dogs are getting all riled up. I wanna go through the witness list later on tonight, guys, and cross out, "Hey, you're okay, baby." You wanna say hi to everybody, Peaches? Huh? Is that what you wanna do? You wanna say hi to everyone? I don't know if you guys can even hear her or if Chris was blocking it. She's, like, sitting next to me, like, growling at the mouse on the laptop lights up, and she's, like, growling at it. Yeah, it makes you worry about the other 6 kids they still have with them. Mhm. Yeah, they definitely flew off without him. Maybe they didn't have the cognitive mind to care for the children, for example, they live like that, but you see bottles of vitamins, that's odd to me. They might not have had the financial means even to take care of the children. Yeah, by the way they were living, you have to wonder if they even have money. Exactly. Yes, Peaches is our big doggy. Yes, I can do the updates from the West Trial. Actually, that's originally what I was gonna talk about through lunch today. We get to bed. Shh. Hey, you're okay, baby. You're okay. She's, like, really Can you guys hear her? Hey. Sorry, I'm scrolling back on Twitter. So far. Guys, hey, be nice. It's not letting me unmute the video. I don't know what's happening. I'm like clicking around on it and it won't let me. Ugh, it's gonna make us watch the ad again. Oh no. I was gonna show this video real quick to get us started. And I don't know what's going on, but now we got 30 seconds more of advertisements. Or like reading. No. I was I was getting the dogs outside real quick and I was trying to get this on so that we could get it like to work. And it wouldn't let me unmute the sound. I'm like sitting here clicking. I don't know what it was doing.
Well, after a week off, the trial for the couple charged in the presumed deaths of their missing adopted sons resumed today. On the witness stand today, the realtor who helped Trezell and Jacqueline West purchase their California City home. The realtor facing questions that mainly focused on how many children he saw during his visits. Realtor Rick Dees said he didn't count the children and could not give an exact figure, but did recall seeing one child sitting with an upset look as other children played happily around him. In court, Dees identified a photo of Orson West as the upset child he believes he saw. Orson is one of those reported missing. 17 News has been following this case since the very beginning. Court reporter Jason Katowski has been providing live updates from the courtroom on our Twitter account. You can also find his full coverage of the West trial on our website, kget.com.
My goodness. I know. Yay, the ads. I know. We still have 28 minutes, you guys. Sorry. Unbelievable, though. I was like, what is going on? Why won't it? And then it wouldn't let me open that up bigger. Like, I don't know what's up with their website. But now I apparently just subscribed to notifications for it. Not what I was hoping to do. To figure out how to undo that. Besides the point. No, you haven't missed anything, Brittany. Just me muting myself twice. That's about it. Let me see if I can get. I figured I would show that real quick though, because it was kind of telling you a brief summary of what happened before we got to the tweets. Because you have to scroll way back on those. Here it is. Okay, so these are KGET 17 News. These are their tweets of the daily things. They just update to say that this is the fourth day of the trial. The trial was not in session last week. Public has been let in and the jurors came in. Trezell West presented with his attorneys and Jacqueline with hers. Juror number 9 went skiing over the weekend and fractured her collarbone. So an alternate juror was selected to replace her. So that is now 2 alternates that have already been moved in the West trial over the thing. Yeah, that seemed less than informative. Yeah, it was not very much. Okay. So 2 alternates now have been replaced. So they only got 4 alternates left. Smith called Robert Dees to the stand. He is the realtor. Dees generally sells homes in the Bakersfield area. In 2020, he had contact with Trezell and Jacqueline. He was a lender he worked with, was contacted by Trezell through Zillow, and Dees then reached out to him. His initial contact with Trezell was about looking for homes and setting up an appointment. He has text messages of his contacts with Trezell up to the time he gave them the keys to the home in September of 2020. Dees is looking up his text from Trezell. The first one from Trezell came on May 6th of 2020. Dees corresponded with the West through email, text, and phone calls. He would send Trezell photos of the home he thought met the couple's criteria in the California City and I don't even know how to say that T word, but that town. Dees testified he viewed the homes in person with the West and he thinks it only happened twice. Smith displayed a photo of the West home on Aspen Avenue in California City. Dees helped them buy it. He first showed the home to them in May or June, he said. When the West arrived to see the home, Trezell and Jacqueline were there, but he thinks the children stayed in the car. He never met them. On September 11th of 2020, they met at the home for sale. Dees said, when he arrived, he told them where the key was and the West went inside. Dees gave them some gifts for purchasing the home. He testified that they mainly stayed in the kitchen area where he spoke with Trezell and Jacqueline. He did not interact with the children. The children were playing in an enclosed patio area, and Dees said he doesn't remember the exact number of children that he saw. Sorry, I am just popping out my chat. That way I can see both things at once. Hi, Loretta. I bet you're probably right. I bet you are probably right, Heather. So when law enforcement asked the estimated number of children present, he told them he wasn't exactly sure. He didn't count them. One child was sitting down with an upset look on his face, and the other children seemed happy. The one child had a mean look and appeared to be in a bad mood. Trezell and Jacqueline told him the boy was always in a bad mood, Dees said. Smith was showing Dees photos of Orrin and Orson, and Dees identified the photo of Orson as the upset child he saw that day. He said he was in the home for maybe 10 minutes. After that day, September 11th, he says he thinks Trezell called him one time to talk about possibly selling his home, the only day he saw some of the West children. Dees said the West told him their main source of income were the adopted children. He ended his questioning, and then they did the cross-examination. During the cross-examination, Dees said he met with law enforcement on this case, but doesn't remember the dates. They named dates, and he spoke with the officers. He testified that he had seen media coverage before meeting with the officers. He said he saw an article on Facebook and an interview of the West speaking to the media. They asked him questions about how COVID changed the way houses were shown. Only a certain number of people could be in the home at the same time due to the new regulations. Each time he showed a home to the West, the children were in the vehicle when the parents saw the home. He said he didn't look in the van. Dees said law enforcement has not accessed his text messages as far as he knows. He believed he told police he saw 5 children on the day the West arrived at their new home on September 11th. They handed him a photo, and he said he doesn't recognize it. It's apparently a photo of all of the West children. Cal City Police showed Dees a photo of the children, and he believes he said he had seen a few of them. So their attorneys asked if he can still identify the 3 children he identified to the Cal City Police. She asked him to circle the children he recognizes. She took the photo back after he circled 3 of the children that are in it. So she displayed the photo, and Dees did not circle Orson, who he claimed was the upset child when the West bought the home. She asked if he remembered that the West told him the child was upset because he didn't have his ball. Dees says he doesn't remember that. The West told him that they wanted to go to Cal City where they would have more land and could grow vegetables. So they finished their cross-examination, and Dees, and now Hennessy cross-examined him. So remember, they have 2 different attorneys between Trezell and Jacqueline. So there's 2 different cross-examinations that happen of the witness. So Hennessy then ended his questions, and Dee was excused. Joseph, my goodness, Karskamorian has been called to the stand. He owns Antelope Valley Pest Control. Oh, that's the guy who donated all the money. He donated a ton of money to the reward fund, if you guys remember, if you followed this case. Yeah, horrible people that money is to take. Yeah, it's supposed to take care of children's needs, not be their income. Okay. So the West contacted him in December of 2020 for pest control, he said. He went to the home on September the 15th. Sorry, that was a correction. So he went to the home on September the 15th. He went in person to the home on Aspen Avenue. He spoke with Trezell West. They went through the house. He said that Trezell told him there were some issues with ants and spiders and told him he had just purchased the home. They set up a quarterly service for the house. He said he saw the children in the home but didn't count them. He thinks there was 4 to 5. He asked Trezell to have his kids stay outside while he sprayed in the house. He remembers seeing a baby carrier for a younger toddler and another child being held by the hand. He said a couple children left the house on their own, and he again said he did not count them. He sprayed in the home for 15 to 20 minutes. The children were quiet inside of the van, not rambunctious. He also sprayed outside of the home, entered the rear side through the side gate. He said he couldn't specifically say he could recognize certain children at the time, since seen on the billboards and asking for help finding Orrin and Orson. He said he remembers there were a lot of kids there. He distinctly remembers a car seat with a child in it. He ended his questioning, and then they did their cross-examination. He said he was at the house for general pest treatment, nothing out of the ordinary. Was she in the courtroom today? You were sitting all the way in the back of the fence. You came in late. You don't want to disturb. You can't show emotions while you're there. Jen Joy, I would love to have you on during the last break if you want to come up. He got a call one day and was asked to testify at grand jury in which the West were indicted. But he brought the information he saved on his computer about the appointments with the West. Nacer asked about seeing the children at the home, and he said it looked like the West had just moved in. He can't have people in the same room when he's spraying. Once the product is dry, it's safe. It only takes a few minutes, but he wants kids outside so they don't touch the sprayer or come in contact with the product. He said he expected a lot of noise from the van because of how many kids were in there while he sprayed, but they were quiet. He heard about the missing children when he was about a week away from returning to the house for a quarterly pet service. He spoke on the phone with law enforcement, and they wanted info for the grand jury. It wasn't about it until a year later he was contacted by law enforcement. So on redirect, he said he wouldn't necessarily document the number of children in the house for his records. He keeps track of the chemicals he applies at each home. And then he was excused. Then they went to recess, and Mary Lopez was called to the stand. She was the mortgage and real estate company. Her company handled the West loan for purchase in Cal City. She collected documents for the loan approval. She worked with Trezell, collecting bank statements and birth certificates for the children, the income for the loan from the money the couple received for the adoptions. A sidebar was called, waiting for the judge and attorneys to return. They're back. She said she verified how much income the West had each month, and the money came from the adoptions. Trezell West told her he sells beats for musicians. Adoption income was the primary source of income. The closing process had some challenges. It took over 60 days. She said she never met the children. Smith finished the questions, and Fatima Rodriguez began her cross-examination. After a couple quick questions regarding the West income, she was then excused. Another witness has been called, but it's difficult to hear his first name. First name was Robert. Last name unclear, but we're going to refer to him as Robert. Robert lives at a home in Cal City that has 7 surveillance cameras. On December 21st of 2020, the day the boys were reported missing, Robert said he saw a patrol car pulling into the block. More vehicles passed by. He said he drove through a desert area looking for the children. He had been working on his truck before police came through the area. He had been working on the truck and starting in the morning. He said he saw a white van during the evening and it looked like a work van. Another car passed the van and went into the desert, he said. He didn't see 2 children walking together that evening. He said he has a good view from his home and many of the streets surrounding the area. So the prosecutor then showed portions of the surveillance video, and they played it from 5:07, 5:10, 5:25. No children are seen in any of the clips. Surveillance footage is continued to be showed to the jury. Robert at times is visible walking in his yard. Robert continues his yard work. Every now and then a vehicle pass. So then they went to recess for lunch, and they continued playing videos. Sounds like a lot of video was played. So the video footage that was being played was from the night the boys were reported missing. Robert said he spent a good part of the day in the yard and never saw the two children walking together. Smith directed Robert's attention to the vehicle in that drove by. He said it's a van he testified earlier to seeing. The van had either been parked in the area before it drove by his house at 5:58 p.m., and it hadn't been parked long. So then he went to the cross-examination, and they asked him about his 7 cameras that he turned over to the police. He said it's his understanding that the time is accurate on all of the videos, and is now playing some of the videos and identifying things he's seen in them. He noted that one video records at 5:11 and another one starts at 5:25. Robert says he didn't cut anything out. He handed all of his footage to the authorities. So then the other lawyer came up and did a cross, and she handed him Google images of his home. And she asked him to mark each image where his 7 cameras are located. And again, they asked if he had given everything to law enforcement. So except for the information from camera 2 apparently faces his front door. I'm sure there was, he says, Robert said when asked if there was another video taken between 5:11 and 5:25 on the night where the boys were reported missing. Again, he said he gave everything to authorities. So basically the prosecution sounds like they picked out exactly what stuff they needed, and then left it at that. Wow, she had a breakdown? That's crazy. She had a nervous breakdown after the morning testimony. Wow, I cannot talk right now. That's crazy. That'll be an interesting one to listen to. Okay. So they asked if he knew where the vehicle went after it passed by his home, and he said he didn't pay attention to them. He acknowledged that he was working on his truck and busy in the yard. He said no one viewed or seized his surveillance footage that night. They came at a later time. On redirect, he asked if he seen anyone walking through the area or cars stopping in the area, with the exception of the one car, the path which he traced. No toddlers walked through the area, he said. So at 14 minutes from camera 4 that aren't seen from 5:11 to 5:25, and he said his cameras only film where there is motion. So he talked about a car he saw pull into the Rome Beauty Drive before he saw Trezel's white van. The car drove into the desert before the van came by. The defense ended their questioning. They're going to try to make it sound like that these kids were kidnapped, but didn't they already try to say a different theory as well? Robert said he saw the Saturn driving from around 5:48 p.m. or later. They finished their questioning and resumed that Robert specified there were 2 instances he saw the van. The attorneys have finished questioning Robert, and the judge has asked to see the attorneys in the back. Everyone returned, and Robert was excused. Zachary Edwards was then called to the stand. He is the California Highway Patrol officer. He described using night vision and helicopters and how it's used. So he received his request to go and help around 8:30 p.m. After learning the last place someone was seen, they'll get a lay of the land and try to estimate how far someone could have traveled and establish a search area. That night, they flew in a circular pattern from the area the juveniles went missing and slowly widened the area as they continued to fly in circles looking for them. That night, the search lasted a total of 3 hours by air. The flight pattern Edwards flew that night has been displayed, and they searched 90 minutes, refueled at Cal City Airport, and then searched another 90 minutes. Nothing of relevance was seen by him or the pilot during the search. Hennessy has begun cross-examination and asked questions about the flight map. It could have been a decision by the crew to search the desert area, or info may have come from officers on the ground. So then the other attorney did their cross, and they asked if infrared can see someone inside of a home. And he said yes, if they're looking at an open door or window, but otherwise they can't tell if someone is inside of a structure. Edwards said he didn't see any children that evening, either in the desert or residential areas. There's no information as to which homes the helicopter specifically searched. He has been excused. So then they had Officer Michael on the stand, and he went to the West residence the day after the initial call to look for evidence. He canvassed the area for any footprints, video, eyewitnesses. He didn't write a report, but he had worn a body-worn camera. So then they read the transcript of the camera while the video was played. There was a lot of noise caused by wind and barking dogs, but in the video, Trezell West is walking through a yard and telling him about the boy's disappearance. Much of what Trezell is telling the officer can't be heard. The video ended. Prosecutor Eric Smith asked Michael about the lot he and Trezell West walked through. He said it's to the east coast of the West home, and marked an image of the lot to show where he and Trezell had walked. The image has been displayed showing the east lot the two walked through, and he asked Trezell West if they found anything in the lot. On cross-examination, they asked him if he knew the importance of taking notes and writing reports. He said he wrote no report in this case. He said he didn't review anything before testifying today. Everything he's testifying to is from memory. He testified the date and time on the body-worn camera footage is inaccurate and said he went to the West homes on the morning of December 23, but the footage says that he was there on the evening of December 22. There are other people in the area who were not law enforcement when he went to the residence. He spoke to several people. They asked if he recalled making Facebook posts about this case in which he got in trouble for. He said he doesn't remember that. I don't recall that, he said after looking at a transcript of the post. She said she's going to play it for the jury. The video was only shown to him and not the jury. He said he doesn't remember posting it or getting in trouble for it. They asked if he contacted the biological family of Orrin and Orson to make a report and determine their whereabouts. He said, I did not do a follow-up of the investigation. They asked questions about a neighbor he spoke with, and he said he passed that information along to someone else and reiterated he wrote no reports on this case. They are displaying images taken from his body-worn camera. She pointed out a brush in the empty lot near the West home and noted and drew a map that didn't include the entire area he walked through. She ended her cross-examination, and the other lawyer began theirs. They again asked if he had been disciplined by the police department for posting his opinion about the case on Facebook, and he said he doesn't believe it happened. Really, I want to know. I want to see this post. What are they talking about? Wow. So then they called a sidebar, and he testified he dropped in on the West just for his own peace of mind, not as an official part of the investigation. He was then excused. Jesse Hightower has been called to the stand. He was a patrol lieutenant when the boys were reported missing. There were issues with the body-worn cameras at the time. They had no IT support, couldn't change dates or times, and had a lot of problems with them. Things were very wrong with that system. Those issues last year or so when the city purchased new body-worn cameras. So Hightower was in his office when he heard that the boys had been reported missing. He said he contacted Jacqueline West at the home and he spoke with her at the front door when they went through the home together. There was no sign of children in the house. He testified he looked through the backyard and then through the front yard to establish an incident command post. 4 or 5 other officers arrived at Cal City PD. Hightower said he's been involved with 75 to 100 missing person cases during his 2 decades in California City. This was the first time he was a lieutenant in charge. He told volunteers to go door to door and walk the entire street looking for surveillance cameras and to get everyone's name and information. He also called County Search and Rescue to help with the search. He wanted as much help as he could get. Those personnel searched the desert, east of the neighborhood, a very large area. The neighborhood had been covered by that time. At 6:11 p.m., Hightower called for Kern County helicopter, but was also told there would be a delay because of fog. So at 6:13, he called CHP and they had a helicopter respond. Officer Brian Hansen was assigned to speak with the West, Hightower said. Body-worn camera footage from Hightower is about to be shown and transcripts provided to the jury. Footage won't be seen until tomorrow. Court is in recess for the day and will return at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So, that's where they will be today. Welcome back, Shorty Small. We are about 3 minutes out from court resuming. So, that is great news. That's crazy, though, about Daybell, about her having a breakdown. I honestly didn't see that coming. Did not see that coming. That'll be an interesting one to listen to. And you guys, Hidden True Crime is posting their audio daily. I know that was one of the discussions that we talked about yesterday, was if anybody was going to be posting it. And so she will be posting it. Her and Gigi are actually there. And so here is a good channel to follow for that if you guys are interested in more information about the Daybell case, as far as that goes. But her and Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis are actually there in person, and they will be able to give great information about that, I think. So. Yeah, Gray went over the audio too. I think that a lot of people there's going to be a couple channels that end up playing it. Let me get this up for you guys, though, because court should be back any second here. We will just sit here and be ready for this. I know, I wish they would allow cameras. Could you imagine what the sketch artist probably went through to try to get the sketch done quickly? Oh, man. Like, oh no, let's hurry up and do a sketch of Lori's breakdown instead of just allowing the cameras. It's so silly, to be completely honest. Wonder who their first witness back is going to be, because they have been doing a lot of, like they did her brother, but then they are doing all of these witnesses that are kind of foundational for like where she traveled and how things work and stuff like that. And so I'm really curious what they're going to do as far as that goes. Get my second guy in here. Really curious how that's going to happen.
Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Is Todd, is he out there in the morning? When there, if he's out there in the hallway, well, maybe he can prop that door open or something while he's in the, I don't want it open while they're not there. But,
Yeah. I'll send him something.
I can't think of, I don't have a solution for that.
No, they probably tweaked the pipes and put the air in here and then left that form. I don't know.
Well, it's supposed to cool off this, the rest of the week, so. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is John.
Last name again?
John Watney.
Watson. All right, Mr. Watton, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Ms. Gratiot.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Maybe you can settle debate for us. Can you state your last name, your first name and your last name for the record?
John Watton,
Thank you. And where are you employed?
Avis Budget Group.
And under the umbrella of Avis, what does Avis do?
So Avis is one of the premier rental car brands. You may be familiar with Avis Rent-A-Car, Budget Rent-A-Car, Zip Car, Payless Rent-A-Car, and also budget truck rentals.
And when we're talking about rentals specific to budget, what kind of rentals are we talking about?
Can you be a little bit more specific? It's
Well, I can probably help you out there. Before you is People's Exhibit 239. It'll be on your right-hand side. It's previously admitted, Your Honor.
Are you wanting to?
I'm just gonna have him look at it.
okay.
Can you take a look at People's Exhibit 239 there?
I have 240155.
Your Honor, permission
Yeah.
permission to approach?
Go ahead.
There's a lot of numbers on here.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here, lower right,
Okay.
this will be 239, but
Okay. This is a budget truck rental contract.
okay. And so that particular asset is what again?
It's a budget truck rental contract.
Okay. And each asset, if you will, a truck that budget would rent out, is there a particular identifier number that is assigned to a vehicle?
Yes, each truck is 6 digits in length,
Okay.
and it's all numbers.
All right.
Yeah.
In front of you, People's Exhibit 239, can you tell what vehicle number budget assigned that particular asset?
Truck number 911739.
Okay. And in terms of what you do with budget, can you explain budget and the many other entities that are in the Avis company? What is your role?
Sure. So I'm the corporate security manager.
And how long have you been in that role?
And I've been in this role for 2 years as a corporate security manager, but I've been with Avis Budget for 26 years.
Did you wear different hats?
Yes, many, many different hats.
Okay.
I've been in the security function role for the last 10 years.
All right. And in terms of what, for example, specific to budget, what that entity does with regard to tracking, locating, protecting its assets, specifically rental trucks, what kind of resources do you have there?
Uh, we we have GPS devices that we use on our vehicles. Um, Not that we want to track every rental customer, because we don't do that, right? But if we have a vehicle that is missing, abandoned, or it's reported stolen, then we would want to use our GPS devices to try to locate that vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of access that you have to that information, is that part of your job role and responsibility?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 292.
You may go ahead.
Juan, I'll ask you to take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 292.
I'm fine.
Do you generally recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a report that when I want to track a vehicle, I go onto a website who's our partner, which is a company called AirIQ. And I have the ability to track cars and trucks through this system. I can do live searches for a vehicle, and I can also receive historical information on a vehicle. And with the relationship with partnership we have with the company, our service plan, we receive 4 historical pings every day. So if I'm not looking for a vehicle, I receive a historical ping. One at 6 o'clock in the morning, one at noon, one at midnight. One at 6 p.m. and one at midnight. This report is showing those historical pings. And there's also an additional GPS ping or hit on the vehicle, which is called a power up. And that is just a health check from the company, from AirIQ, reaching out to its GPS device to make sure that it's working.
And in terms of the number of pages, there's a number of pages in front of you there. Do those pages accurately represent the GPS information, historical information that you were able to pull from that particular asset? So I counted a total of 12 pages.
This is what I pulled per the production order of records that I was asked to produce. This is what I pulled, 12 pages.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 292.
Yes. Exhibit 292 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Sir, you explained that there's an asset number that's associated with the rental agreement that you just looked at, People's Exhibit 239. I'll have that projected behind you. And just so the jury can see what you were reading off of, you talked about vehicle information, a vehicle identification number that budget's assigned to this particular truck. Can you point to the jury where that appears on the screen behind you?
This right here is the truck number, 911739.
Great. And Your Honor, permission to publish People's Exhibit 292 as well.
You may go ahead.
And just give us a second, Mr. Watton. We're going to project behind you People's Exhibit 292, and it will be the first page of those 12. So it's small, but we'll be able to focus in there as we move forward. And so that particular printout also identifies a particular vehicle identification number as well. What would that number be?
This is the truck number, 911739. This is the license plate number on the truck.
Okay. And as far as that identification number that budget assigns, are those two numbers in People's Exhibit 292 and 249? Are those the same numbers?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now we will ask to try to zoom in if you can, because the numbers are pretty small up on that screen right now. Thank you. Now you gave us some information about historical information. So when you received a request for document production, you're given specific date range to pull from?
On the production order for records, I was asked to turn over any documents that related with the defendant's name.
Okay. And so when we look at People's Exhibit 292, I'd ask you to look at the first line. You explain that there is a power up function for that GPS monitoring. And that first line, what is that representing?
So this is the date and the time of the power up. The power up.
Great. And you'd explain that there are particular time intervals for which a historical ping is sent. How often are the power ups occurring?
The power ups occur every 25 hours.
Okay. And as we look at lines 1 through 13, I'd ask you to look at the location data for lines 1 through 13, and are those all the same location?
Those are all the same location.
Okay. And while you may not be familiar with Colorado Springs, are you generally familiar with what that address represents as it relates to budget?
That is one of our budget truck locations.
Okay. And so the last, let's see, look at line 13. What type of data point is that GPS tracker pulling? Is it a power up? Is it a scheduled inventory alert?
The line 13 at 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:10 in the morning.
Okay.
It's scheduled. It's one of the scheduled inventory alerts.
That occur every 6 hours?
So 6 a.m., 12 noon, 6 p.m. and midnight. Yes.
Perfect. By the next line, line 14, what time are we at there?
We are at 12 p.m.
Okay. And to be clear, what day are we now on?
We are on 2/1.
February 1st of 2020?
Yes.
And so by 12:10 p.m., to be clear, is there a particular time that budget GPS is tracking this time as for frame of reference? Is it in Easter time? Is it in Mountain time?
You can schedule the time to whatever time you want it to be. I'm stationed. I live in the East Coast, so I set it up for an East Coast time.
Okay.
But I have to be aware that it could be a different time.
So in terms of, as we walk through this data and we talk about particular times that we see here, this would be all related to Eastern time. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so if the vehicle remains in Colorado for a period of time, we might have to do subtraction there. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. And subtraction of about how much time?
2 hours.
2 hours. Okay. So we'll try to keep that in mind as we go through. And so when we look at the time of line 14 on February 1st of 2020, the timestamp there is going to reflect 12:10, but what time would that be in Mountain Standard Time?
That would be 10 p.m. Yeah.
10 a.m.?
You said 12 p.m. Oh,
So 12 noon for example?
Then that would be 10 a.m. Yeah.
Great. And what location was the vehicle at 10 a.m. Colorado time?
It's hard to.
Yeah, sorry.
use it. So on the 14th
Yes.
at 10 a.m., it was at, it says Love's Pueblo, so that would be a Love's truck stop.
Okay. And the next scheduled inventory alert would be line 15.
Yes,
And again, we'll have to do a little math, but what time would that be in Colorado time for line 15?
that would be line 15.
Yes, sir.
So that would be 4 p.m.
And where is the vehicle at that point?
on US 87, Dolhart, Texas.
The next scheduled ping occurred on line 16. What day would we be at now?
That would be at 10 p.m.
Okay. And while the line 16 reflects February 2nd
That's correct.
at 12:10 a.m. in terms of Colorado, at this point, the vehicle's in Texas.
That's correct. 18 Western Plaza Drive.
Okay. There is a power up that occurs, a regular power up at the 25th hour. What location for line 17 does that vehicle appear at?
Again, it would be 18 West Plaza Drive, same as the prior.
Okay. And is that still in Amarillo, Texas?
That's correct.
Okay. As we move forward, what is the last timestamp that vehicle remains at 18 Western Plaza Drive, Amarillo, Texas?
The timestamp would be on this report, it'd be 2220 at 12 p.m. So that would be 10 a.m.
For the next location data point, what time would we be at for that? Line 20.
Line 20 would be 4 p.m., 4:10 p.m. exactly, in Bellevue, Texas, 601 US Highway 287.
Okay. And in line 21, what time and what day would we be at now for the next ping?
That would be at, the date here is 2/3/20, but it would actually be 2/2/20, and it would be at 10 p.m.
Okay. And the location, what state?
601 West Thompson Street in Decatur, Texas.
Now, the next line, line 22, is one of those power ups that you explained happens on the 25th hour. At this point, what timestamp and what day is that power up occurring at?
The day would be 2/3/20, and the time would be 2:14 a.m. And the location would be the same as the prior location, 601 West Thompson Street, Decatur, Texas.
Okay. Now, as we move forward, the next would be just one of those scheduled inventory alert pings, line 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what time is that occurring at?
That's at 4 a.m. on 2/3/20. And at the exact same location as the prior two pings at 601 West Thompson Street, Decatur, Texas.
Okay. In fact, line 24, can you tell whether or not the vehicle is now moved?
Yes, so at that time, which it says 2/3/20, which says 12 p.m., it would actually be 10 a.m. Central Time Zone. The location is 1705 South FM 51 Decatur, Texas. But if you move over to the right of the report, you can see that the vehicle is not stopped. It's actually moving 29 kilometers per hour at this time.
Okay. Now, line 25, on February 3rd of 2020, what time did that inventory alert go again?
February 3rd, 2020, the report has 6 p.m. There would be 4:10 p.m. And the location was on I-20, Ruston, Louisiana.
And line 20, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't know if it's moving at 115 kilometers per hour.
So the vehicle's in motion by the time that particular timestamp is being recorded.
That's correct.
We'll go to line 26.
2420.
So now we moved on to the, well, if we're counting for the time difference,
That's right.
what day are we really talking about?
So 2320 at 10 p.m., 10:10 p.m.
And the location of the vehicle at that point.
29451 US Highway 98, Valfine, Alabama.
And you'd mentioned before, but can you tell if the vehicle's in motion at this point?
Yes, it's in motion, 40 kilometers an hour.
Okay. Line 27 is one of those power up moments, as you explained on the 25th hour. What date and time did this occur at?
2420. The report has 5:15. It's at 3:15 a.m. And the address is 9400 University Parkway, Ferry Pass, Florida.
Now, in terms of the location now being in Florida, would the timestamp of 5:15 a.m. be consistent with Eastern time? Are you having to make an accounting of that? Or would we now be in the appropriate time zone?
That would now be at the appropriate time, right? Since it's on East Coast time, that's correct.
Okay. And while I'm not good with Alabama, would the time have changed yet? Would we have crossed over at that point?
I
You're not an
that's
expert
good. No,
in time zones?
it could have changed over at Alabama, but
That's fair.
yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that.
All right. In terms of the next data points that we see, when it is scheduled at that power up on February 4th at 5:15 a.m., can you tell if the vehicle is moving or not?
The vehicle is stopped.
And at the next scheduled time point, line 28, where is the vehicle?
2420, 6:10 a.m., 8080 North Davis Highway in Ferry Pass, Florida.
Okay. And the position is the vehicle moving or not?
The vehicle is stopped.
At the next ping, February 4th of 2020, what time stamp would that be on line 29?
Timestamp 12:10 p.m. And again, same location as the prior, 8080 North Davis Highway, Ferry Pass, Florida, and the vehicle is stopped.
Okay. The next time ping that is recorded on line 30 on February 4th, what timestamp is that?
6:10 p.m. on the 4th.
Where's the vehicle at that point?
818 Church Hill Way, Southwest in Lake City, Florida.
And is the vehicle in motion at that point?
The vehicle is in motion at 119 kilometers per hour.
Okay. On February 5th, now we moved on to the next day, but we're in the right same time zone, so we don't have to make any subtraction calculations in our head. But on February 5th at 12:10 a.m., where is the vehicle?
The vehicle is at 13028 Plantation Park Circle, and it's in Lake Buena Vista, Florida.
Is the vehicle moving or stopped?
The vehicle is stopped.
At the next timestamp, same day, but now at 6:10 a.m., where's the vehicle?
At the exact same location in Lake Buena Vista, Florida, 13028 Plantation Park Circle, and the vehicle is stopped.
At the next scheduled inventory alert ping, has the vehicle moved locations yet?
No, it has not.
We talked about that power up moment on the 25th hour. Even at that point, is the vehicle still in that same location in Lake Buena Vista, Florida?
That is correct.
Okay. In fact, the first time that we see the vehicle moving, the address, would that have been on line 36 on February 6th of 2020?
That is correct. Line 36 at 12:10 a.m. The vehicle is moving 119 kilometers per hour. It's on 235 I-95 in Pooler, Georgia.
On line 37, same day, February 6th of 2020 at 6:10 a.m. Where is the vehicle now?
The address comes up as Days Inn and Forest Brook, South Carolina, and the vehicle is stopped.
Okay. And at the next GPS ping for that power up moment on the 25th hour, is that vehicle moved that location?
No, the vehicle is at the exact same location, stopped.
Okay. On line 39, February 6th of 2020, at 12:10 p.m., where is the vehicle now?
The vehicle is 2246 Highway 501 East in Conway, South Carolina. And it's traveling very slow, 7.2 kilometers per hour.
Okay. The next location data, the GPS is pushed out, is that same day, but now at 6:10 p.m. Where is the vehicle at that time?
1400 Cannon Road in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and the vehicle is stopped.
And as you move forward past lines 40 through, say, 66, does the vehicle remain at the same location?
It does. Yes, it does.
And line 40, we would have been on February 6th of 2020. And line 66, where it still hasn't moved, what date are we now at?
February 12th, 2020.
Line 68 on February 12th of 2020 at 12:10 p.m. Where is the vehicle located?
Homestown Road, Garden City, South Carolina. The vehicle's moving 97 kilometers per hour.
Okay. Fair to say the rest of the page for Peoples 292, lines 68 through 89, are those various locations throughout South Carolina?
That is correct.
And in terms of what you've produced, can you tell when the vehicle was returned specifically to any location in South Carolina?
Yes, the 1400 Cannon Road is one of our budget truck locations. And you can see that the vehicle returned to that location. It was there for an extended period of time, which would also match up with the first document produced today on the rental contract, because the rental was from February 1st to February 6th. So you have the truck in Colorado at the budget truck location. It flows through the US and then it ends up in South Carolina, which would mirror the rental contract.
Okay. And I'll just ask you to just to double check the date of the reservation. Is that consistent with February 6th or February 5th of 2020? Might be difficult to read.
It was due in on the 5th, but it wasn't show up to the 6th at the location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair to say that the vehicle remained at that budget location for a number of those GPS time points. Specifically, you pointed out from February 6th through a number of other pages and lines that we haven't gone through. Is that fair? Past February 12th?
Absolutely. That's fair.
So the vehicle being returned at that location, is this going to tell you who then used the vehicle after that?
No.
Okay. There are a number of other GPS data points that that car is still tracking after February 12th of 2020. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. Ultimately, where does the car end up at?
On this report, the car ends up in Rhode Island.
Okay. And would have ended up at Rhode Island at another store location?
That's correct.
And so what we've reviewed, a number of data points, is that all produced through a historical data pool that you did?
That's correct. I go onto the website and I pull the historical report, and this is my findings on the historical findings report.
And so You've never been a resident of Texas, I'm assuming?
No, I have not.
Okay. So we went through a number of time points, but in terms of calculation, if Texas was in a central time zone, which is basically an hour difference from Eastern time, would all of those times have been adjusted really through Texas and say Alabama for an hour? An hour difference from what we
That's
see here.
correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Fair to say you're more familiar with the East Coast time?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of, again, monitoring this information, to be clear, you weren't sitting at a computer tracking each of these data points. Is that right?
Absolutely not.
In terms of the data points, is that something that you or other people that manage assets within budget would then use to track down vehicles?
Correct. It would be myself and our loss prevention team, which at the time would be 4 other individuals. So there would be 5 total in our department that would have access to pull these data points.
Okay. And in terms of then pulling those data points and as far as then potentially mapping those data points clearly with addresses there, is that something that somebody else can then do? If they have addresses?
If you have the access to the website, you can pull this historical data, yes.
Okay. And you could potentially map those addresses and track somebody's movements in a vehicle.
You could, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And while I'm also not familiar with transitioning between time zones, if you understood that Pensacola, Florida was also in a central time zone, would that sound about right?
If it is, I'm used to the East Coast time zone, but
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
And to be clear, when we refer to the various time points that may be around Pensacola, Florida, or in the Florida area, that would be an important distinction to make depending on the address where it flies, where it sits in that split of the time zone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we'll pass witness.
Cross-examination. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Watson? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Let's give that to the court reporter, please. Thank you, sir. Prosecution, clean next witness, please.
We would call John Grassel to the stand, Your Honor.
Mr. Grassel, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Play a little closer. Everybody does that. That's okay. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Grassel. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is John Grassel, Grassel.
And do you have an occupation at this time?
Yes,
What is that?
I am a senior manager at Research Triangle Institute, which is a research company based in North Carolina.
And did you retire from a law enforcement agency?
Yes, I am retired detective lieutenant from the Rhode Island State Police.
What the heck is someone from Rhode Island doing in Colorado testifying in a murder case? We're going to get there. Were you working for the Rhode Island, was it State Police back in January of 2020?
Yes,
And did you have an occasion to perform a analysis on a budget rental car truck that's related to this case back on March 26th of 2020. Yes. What did you know prior to doing a search and examination of this vehicle about this case?
I was given a signed search warrant on the 30th of March 2020, which gave some details in reference to this case.
And what were the details that you remember?
The details were of a reported crime, and then for the vehicle, this vehicle, Ford van that was used to transport a body for a crime, and then the van ended up into Rhode Island. It was a rental van.
And so prior to looking at this vehicle and searching it pursuant to the warrant, what were you going in looking for, if anything?
Pursuant to the warrant?
Yes.
Okay. So we would document the vehicle first with photographs and examine it for any evidence such as touch DNA, evidence of blood, evidence of bodily fluid, and anything that was still contained within the rental vehicle.
I may approach witness, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
May I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 294 through 309. You could just take a moment to take a look at those, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions. Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
And what are those photographs of?
The beginning photos are overall photographs of the exterior and interior of the van that was searched. And then the photographs subsequently show some evidence that was seized from the van. And then the last photographs show a cutting from a floor mat from inside the van. And then the very last photograph is it's a photograph of a chemical reaction from a chemical that we applied to that floor mat.
Do People's Exhibits 294 through 309 accurately depict the van as it looked back in March 26th of 2020 when you were searching that van and doing the swabs that we talked about and doing the CSI effect on the van?
Yes, they do.
We would move to admit People's Exhibits 294 through 309.
Exhibits 294 through 309 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Before we show those pictures, did you dictate a report or create a report as a result of your search?
Yes.
And in that report, did you indicate all the areas where you did swabs?
Yes.
What's a swab? And could you kind of briefly talk about the areas of the van that you swabbed?
So a swab, in this case, we were, for the swabs, we were looking for touch DNA. So we swabbed this van has a driver's door, passenger door, a side door, which is on the passenger side that slides open, and then a rear door. So for each of those doors, we took a swab. It's just a cotton swab, and you put distilled water on it, and you take a swab of the exterior of the handle and then the interior of the handle. And that could potentially lead to a DNA result if someone was to touch it. So that's the purpose of those swabs. Then we took additional swabs of the steering wheel, the turn signal, the glove box container as well.
And you don't actually conduct the DNA analysis when you're doing the swabs. What do you do with the swab once you conduct a swab, for instance, of a door handle?
Yeah. So each swab is put into its individual swab box, and a evidence number is taken for each individual swab, and then that is sent. Well, in this case, it was sent to Colorado, but normally it would be sent to whatever lab is processing it for DNA.
So I want to go to the photos now. We can start with People's Exhibit 294. Slow in Colorado. We'll get up there in just a second. While we're doing that, did you indicate the VIN number of this particular van that you were searching back on March 26th?
I did in my report.
And would that, I'm sure you don't have it memorized, right?
Not at all.
Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay, can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
This is page 5172 for counsel. Now direct your attention to the bottom paragraph of your report. You annotate the VIN number for the van that you searched.
Yes.
Could you just tell us what that is?
1 F T Y E 2 C M 7 K K B 3 2 6 6 7.
Okay, thanks. I can retrieve the report now. All right, now we've got People's Exhibit 294 up there. Can you tell the jury what 294 shows?
This is the front of the vehicle that we searched and processed. The vehicle is inside of the vehicle examination bay at the Rhode Island State Police Headquarters.
We can go to 295, please. What do we see in 295?
This is the interior of the vehicle, and it's the mostly showing the front passenger side with the door open.
Are these the only two seats in that vehicle?
Yes.
296. What do we see in 296?
296 is this is a divider that separates the occupant area from the cargo area of the van.
And are those holes within that divider?
Yes.
Is there access to get to the back from the driver's cab area through those dividers? Do they open?
Yes.
Is it a door or what is it?
It's a door.
We can go to 297 now. What do we see in 297?
This is the view from the slider door is open on the passenger side, and so the photograph shows the view of the rear interior rear of the van, and then at the back of the photograph are the two doors, the two rear doors, which are closed.
And what kind of material is the bottom area of this cab area that we see here?
It's like a thick rubber.
298. What do we see in 298?
So we're inside of the van now, and this photograph is showing the rear doors, which are closed. So it's inside looking towards the back of the van.
Are there any windows in the cargo area of this van?
No.
We can go to 299 now. What do we see in 299?
This photograph was taken with the rear doors open, facing towards the front of the van, the separated divider between the cargo portion and the occupant portion.
Are those the doors you alluded to earlier that we see in the center of the picture?
Yes, that's that's how you can access the cargo part of the van from the passenger part.
And does those doors open from both sides, or do you know?
Not certain.
Okay. We can go to 300. What do we see in 300?
300 is angle. The photograph is angled to show the majority of that floor section in the rear of the van.
301. What do we see in 301?
So 301 is from inside of the van facing the cargo doors, which lead to the passenger side.
Can we zoom in on that handle to see what it looks like? So can you describe the handle to these cargo doors?
It's like a,
recollection.
it's like a little latch, so you can, it just opens.
Do you know whether or not there's a latch on the other side?
There is. Yeah, it's a handle on the other side.
All right. We go to 302 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 302?
So 302 is a close-up of a like an animal toy that was underneath the front passenger seat.
And we see a placard there with the number 14. Can you tell the jury what that is?
So each time the evidence was taken from the vehicle, we took a number. So placard 14 represents this is evidence number 14.
We can go to 303 now. What do we see in 303?
We took the dog toy out from underneath the seat because you couldn't really see it well in the photograph. So this is the dog toy up next to the placard.
And did you collect that? Looks like a dog bone or something, a rubber dog bone?
It's like a rubber dog toy bone.
Okay. We can go to People's Exhibit 304. What do we see in 304?
304 is the inside of the glove box, which is right in front of the front passenger seat.
And did you collect a Verizon phone calling card from this glove box?
Yes.
Using People's Exhibit 304, there's a pointer up there somewhere. It's old school pointer. It's like a
Red handle to your left.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can you point out if we can see part of the Verizon calling card in this photograph?
Your pointer.
Okay. You're not the first one. Thanks. We can go to 305. Now, what do we see in 305?
305 is the front side of that Verizon prepaid like phone card.
And again, this would be placard 16.
Yes.
And is that correlated in your report when you're discussing evidentiary items?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to 306. What do we see in 306?
306 is the rear side of that Verizon phone card.
And does it have identifying information with regards to that phone card where someone may be able to go back and track that phone card to a particular phone?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did not.
Were you asked to do that?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned applying some chemical to the back of the van. Why did you do that, and what was the chemical device used for?
So there were numerous stains that we noted throughout the interior of the van, and to include the rear of the van. And so in this particular one, we used two different chemicals. We used Hemastix and we used Blue Star.
Let's talk about Blue Star. What is Blue Star designed to do?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood. So it reacts, causes a reaction if there are blood, but it's a presumptive test, so it may not be blood, but it would react and it causes a color change.
And is that used in your prior field, for instance, to see whether or not areas of the van should be swabbed to look to see if it is actually blood?
Yes.
And is that one of the reasons why you might apply the Blue Star, is to perhaps you can't see certain items with the naked eye, and this will help enhance that?
Correct. Yes.
So what kind of chemicals is the Blue Star designed to pull?
So the Blue Star reacts with it's the lead portion of the heme or part of the hemoglobin inside of blood, or iron. I'm sorry, iron, not lead.
And so when you apply that, what do you see if, for instance, there's something that may be blood?
It is a color change which goes to a bluish color.
And are you able to photograph that and capture that?
Yes.
Why don't we go to People's Exhibit 307 now? So what do we see in People's Exhibit 307?
We had cut a portion of the rear floor mat out subsequent to testing.
And why did you cut this portion out?
Areas of this portion we noted had a color reaction, so a positive reaction with when Blue Star was applied.
And so just for context, in People's Exhibit 307, what are we seeing here? What area of this rubber mat that you described earlier are we talking about in the cargo area?
So it would be the area directly behind where the driver is, extending to over halfway towards where the passenger would sit, and then towards the rear of the vehicle.
We can go to 308 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 308?
So 308 is the cutout section, and you could it's discolored because that the darker portion is still wet from where we applied the Blue Star.
And you labeled that with placard 17?
Yes.
Now, did you or someone from your agency ship this to Colorado for further analysis?
Yes.
Why don't we go to People's Exhibit 309 now? What are we seeing in People's Exhibit 309?
309 is some of that color change that's noted when the Blue Star was applied to the mat in the rear of the cargo here.
And so is this the area that we just talked about that you cut out based on, I assume, this photograph?
Yes.
And is that what Blue Star would react to for presumptive or iron or blood?
Yes.
Did you also send the Verizon card and this rubber dog bone to Colorado as well?
Yes.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Me.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
How you doing, sir?
Good, sir.
How's your trip?
It was fine, thank you.
Fine. You get in last night or today?
I got in yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay. So, do you know how this van? Do you know how to get to Rhode Island?
I'm not sure how it got to Rhode Island. I know it was seized, how it got to my agency.
Sure, but you don't know how it got from South Carolina to Rhode Island?
I do not.
Do you know how many people had rented that van in between when it was dropped off in South Carolina and when between you looked at it?
No.
And you guys are you guys are assisting some other agencies in this investigation.
Yes.
I mean, there was nothing to indicate that any of this crime took place in the state of Rhode Island.
That's correct.
And you basically got a call from the FBI asking if you guys could help out.
That's correct.
And one thing, because it was in Rhode Island, then you guys had to do a search warrant to a Rhode Island judge.
Yes.
Did you assist in doing that search warrant, or was that done by somebody else?
That was done by someone else.
Okay. Did you review that search warrant?
No.
Okay. And then as whether or not there was blood or whatever in that van and whose blood that might have been, that wasn't something for you to figure out. That was then, let me rephrase it. That was a bad question. To see if that was blood or whose blood that might have been, what you did, you ship that off to Colorado and let them, so they can run whatever test to make that determination.
That's correct.
You right now have no idea if that actually was blood or whose blood that might have been.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Oh, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Gressel? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Watch your step. Step down. Counsel, if you would retrieve the exhibits for the court reporter, please.
I will do that.
And prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, Catherine Beckel.
Ms. Bethel, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Would you state your name for the record?
Catherine Beckel.
And in 2020, February of 2020, January of 2020, where did you work?
I was a dispatcher at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you a dispatcher for?
At that point in time, approximately 2 years.
And in terms of the role of a dispatcher, can you explain generally what a dispatcher does to the jury?
Yeah. As dispatcher, we handle all the incoming 911 and non-emergent calls, gather all necessary information for that call, and then dispatch out the appropriate response, whether that be law, fire, medical.
And in terms of distinguishing between emergency calls versus non-emergency calls, how did that process work?
Well, normally the emergency calls would come in on 911. Given the information that we receive would kind of classify if that was an emergency or not, whether that did need an immediate response. We'd handle everything on 911 for the most part, unless it needed kind of a lengthier phone call.
So if a person calls into 911 and the dispatcher determines that it's really a non-emergent call, what do you do?
We tell them to call back on the non-emergent number. That way we're not tying up a 911 line, and still get them the help that they need, but without tying up the line for people that did have an emergency.
And you give them particular non-emergent telephone number to the caller?
Correct. Yeah, we always give that to them.
Okay. In terms of then also triaging calls, how is a call placed into 911? How is that call categorized? Where does that information come from?
So it's based on the information that we receive, what the caller is stating is going on, and then we put it in our call screens, a length or a lot of different call types that it could be, and based on those call types is what decides the priority of the call. So it's all kind of set in our computer system.
Okay. And in terms of being on duty on February 27th of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
You're on a permission approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 208 and 209.
May, go ahead.
Ms. Beckel, if you can take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 208 and 209. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
From authenticating the call.
Okay, and we'll start with People's Exhibit 208. What is that? Did you have an opportunity to review what was on People's Exhibit 208?
Yes, I did. That was the original 911 call that was placed first.
Okay, and People's Exhibit 209, what is that?
That is the non-emergent call from when we told the caller to call back on the non-emergent line.
Okay, and to be clear, are you the call taker, or sorry, the dispatcher that's receiving both calls?
No, I received the non-emergent call. Another dispatcher took the original 911 call.
Okay. And you explained that as a receiving information that comes through on that emergency line, certain bits of information taken via the caller and the dispatcher asks that person for some basic information. Is that right? And so some of that basic information, would that also include asking the caller to identify themselves?
Yes.
Okay. So in People's Exhibit 208, when you listen to that, was there an identification made in People's 208 and
Yes.
209 that are the same name as the
Yes.
caller? And when you listen to People's Exhibit 208 and 209, do you recognize the person who's calling into those lines? Do you recognize that voice?
I'm sorry, do I recognize it like personally or from the?
Well, when you listed Exhibit 209, you said that that was a call that you were on.
Yes.
And when you listen to that call in relation to Exhibit 208, is the caller calling into those lines? Does that appear to be the same voice when you listen to both of those exhibits?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in terms, again, as you've testified, the person calling in identified as the same name for both calls?
Yes.
And what was the name that that caller identified in both exhibit 208 and 209?
Tisha?
Last name? Thank you. And People's Exhibit 208 and 209, is that an accurate representation of the calls that were placed to the emergent line and the non-emergent line?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for admission of People's Exhibit 208 and 209.
Defense, exhibit 208 and 209 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish momentarily?
You may, this is audio only, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may go ahead.
Now, Ms. Beckel, as a seasoned call taker with over 2 years of experience with the Sheriff's Office, you had an opportunity to both listen to these calls and in the hallway. And I'll ask you some questions about that after we listen to these exhibits, okay? At this time, we'll publish People's Exhibit 208.
Ladies, well, 6627 Mandan Drive, Colorado Springs. Please say that one more time, make sure I have this here correctly. 627 Mandan Drive. Okay, the phone number is calling. 843-7460. Your name? I don't even know if I'm serving emergency or not emergency. Sorry, I can barely talk, but my phone was getting all at 6 o'clock and it's in the 7. So like all his friends' house, and they said he wasn't there and he wasn't there. So I don't know any other people for now. And I talked to my husband, so I told him I had to call you guys as fast as I could because I don't know anyone else here. And I don't know if there's like a time limit. Or like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yes. Okay. What's his name? Shannon. Start for me. U-O-N. Laura. Stauch. S-T-O-C-H. Okay. I meant to do. That's fine. I didn't know which one of the poems is on. Okay, go ahead. What? You need to 49 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. I call that now. Do you have to call Bill? We have. So that's where we left off. I think.
And for the record, Your Honor, that was People's Exhibit 208, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in length.
All right.
At this time, we'll publish People's Exhibit 209.
And it just has to sit in there. I called and they said I had to call this number because my 11-year-old son was supposed to come home at 6, but he didn't. I know it's only 7, but both of friend's house, and they said he wasn't there, and it's kind of like feeding and stuff. I was like, Mandan Drive, in Colorado 6627 Mandan, Mandan, M-A-N-D-A-N. What is your son's name? I'm sorry, what? What is your son's name? Gannon, G-A-N-N-O. Middle name. Jacob. And when was the last year? Maybe around like what time did you guys get off the phone? 3:30, between 3:34, and he was supposed to be back home at 6. We load up all the time. They go to the neighbor's house, friend's house. They ride bikes, do everything together. No, or G-man, but I mean, that's kind of like something parents call him, but not friends. Why? Listen. Oh my God. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't know. I'm sorry. I really do. I 4 foot. Hey, my sister's 90 pounds. What's up, Helen? What's the complexion? Fair. No. 9/29/08. Sorry, my hand is shaking. I'm freaking out. Okay. You know what's so not off the top of my head. It's in the house. That's me. It's fine. No. 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 Any glasses? No, no glasses. I mean, unless you left with your shades on, but I mean, we don't have glasses. You wearing today? He had on a blue jacket, zipped up, blue and shoes, tennis shoes. He plays Vyvanse every day. He plays Vyvanse for ADHD every day. No, I mean, he didn't see the council. I mean, help for the ADHD, but that's it. Alcohol or drugs? No. No. Anything unique? No, just seeing white boys down here. Yeah. Because he does, but we haven't found it in the house yet, so we're not sure if he's had it. You know, he was using it earlier today. Hold on. Daughter's calling me. I'll give it in a minute. Like you weren't looking at the part. All right, let's see. Okay, you didn't find it there. That's why I want to make sure. Before I had you doing all this. 833 04 7 24. AT&T. And you know, is it a tracker? It should be. Make it something. Let's start. Mom. Yeah. Mom and dad. What is your email address? It's CEIA and then LYNN CCLN 2006 at yahoo.com. Word. Charles. Them. Young. Nora. 2006 at Yahoo. No, but last night, okay, so there were some things happened last night, and today, weird with my husband, we can tell him about or whatever, but I don't know that what he would have been worried about. He's never been in trouble, straight A student. Okay, so it's different circumstances. My husband here just in the day and said something like, he was asking about some friend started asking him about what was bath salt. Like, told him how bad bath salt cleaned it. So that was the only thing at all. We went to the neighbor's house that he always plays with, that we know from the other neighbor's house. My daughter just went to Stingray Park, and he's not there. Not that I'm aware of. I guess me. He was in the house, and I was working out and routine every day. They have to play outside so many hours when it's night before they get technology, and that was what he was supposed to be doing. Okay. He was working on foot, or does he have a bike? So it's pretty close. Well, his bike is here. Okay. Let's the stage for it. Yeah, not here. Then was he with me last? I don't know that. I was in the house. And my husband let them, walk around the neighborhood with the rest of the kids and things like that. So I don't even know him in the past. I had to call him to get them their address. No, not that I'm aware of. No, I don't think so. No. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
For the purposes of the record, that was People's Exhibit 209. That was 8 minutes and 7 seconds long.
All right.
Ms. Beckel, in terms of your work with the Sheriff's Department, being a dispatcher, receiving calls for service, have you received calls for service similar in subject matter to this? Yes. Okay. And over the course, how many similar type of subject matter related calls would you estimate that you'd received?
That's hard to put a number on, probably upward of 50.
Okay. In terms of being on those calls with a reporting party, a parent, for example, how would you describe the demeanor of the person identifying themselves as Letecia Stauch on those phone calls?
Normally, if we had a child of that age that hasn't run away before, I would expect a little more, be scared a little more anxiety over the issue. But it seems in par for all other runaway calls that we normally take for older aged children.
So comparing, again, the calls that you've been on when you receive reports of a missing child, was this similar or dissimilar?
It's similar.
It was similar?
Mm-hmm.
The tone of the caller's voice was similar?
Objection, ask and answer. Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
I would say it was similar given the majority of runaway calls that we take. We don't get many for 11-year-old children. I would say for children that we get runaway calls for that young, that it wasn't as similar.
It was not as similar.
Yes.
And to be clear, the date and time that the call was first placed to the emergent line or the sheriff's office, do you recall what that time was?
I do not.
In receiving those calls, are reports generated, incident reports that record basic information as you input it into the system?
Yes, it is.
And that's based on input that both you're putting in?
Correct.
And also maybe automatic timestamps that a system may generate?
Correct. There should have been an automatic one when the 911 call was placed, as well as, I believe, when anyone was dispatched out.
And as you're receiving these calls, this is information that you are reviewing real time as you're receiving these calls?
Yes.
And would reviewing that incident report refresh your recollection as to the specific time, the first time a phone call came into the emergent line?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing the witness what's date stamped as 3810 through 3812. Ms. Beckel, if you could take a moment to review the specific time the first call came in. Don't read directly from it, but just take a moment to review that. That refresh your recollection as to the time that first call came in?
Yes, it does.
What time and date did the first call to the emergent line come in?
It was January 27th at 18:55, so 6:55 p.m.
And based on the call then being routed to the non-emergent line, are you able to tell what time approximately the call was placed to the non-emergent line?
Yes, can I refer back?
Yes, if that would refresh your recollections.
Thank you. Yes, so that call came in at approximately 19:02, so 7:02 p.m.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
How are you?
Good area.
I'm very good. So, from what I'm kind of gathering from you, not uncommon to get calls regarding kids who aren't home when they're supposed to be home.
Correct.
And you kind of run the gamut of, emotions. If it's a 15-year-old that's not home when they're not supposed to be home, not that emotional or less emotion. And if it's a 5-year-old who may be 10 minutes late from being home, you may get a lot of emotion.
Correct.
And this was an 11-year-old. And so the emotion was somewhere in between the 15 and the 5-year-old.
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Bethel? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Yeah. Yeah, we would call Sergeant Rosario Hubble. You may approach and collect these exhibits.
You may, yes. Sergeant Hubble, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
You swear from the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name, introduce yourself to the jury, and spell your last for the record?
It's Rosario S. Hubble, last name Hubble, Hubbell.
Why don't we spell Rosario too?
Rosario is Rosario.
Your nickname's Rocky?
I go by Rocky, a little easier than Rosario. Sometimes it's a tongue twister.
I'm not going to have you spell that, all right? What is your occupation?
I'll apologize first. I'm recovering from a chest cold, as you can hear, so I hope my voice lasts. I may have to
Half the
clear.
room is recovering from that same chest cold.
Okay, so you all understand if I have to clear my throat. I apologize. I work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I'm currently employed as the sergeant for the patrol midnight shift.
And there's some water to your right if you need some.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah. How long you been with the sheriff's office?
16 years.
Back in January of 2020, what was your role in the sheriff's office?
I was assigned as the major crimes sergeant for the investigations division.
And how many sergeants were with the major crimes unit back then?
One sergeant. So there were 4 sergeants in the investigations division. I was assigned the major crimes unit.
Okay. So the major crimes unit, what kind of cases do you investigate? What kind of cases do you get involved in?
Okay, major crimes. So assaults, major assaults, armed robberies, homicides, major child abuse cases where there's felony level charges, which would mean that there are severe injuries to a child. My team also takes on cold casework and missing and runaway persons.
That last category you just mentioned, is that how you became involved in this investigation?
That is how I became involved, yes.
So back in January of 2020, specifically January 27th of 2020, were you familiar that an individual by the name of Gannon Stauch went missing and was not able to be found?
So I believe the missing persons report came in on the night of the 27th.
Okay.
I was unaware of that.
When did you become
I
aware?
became aware the morning of the January 28th.
Tell the jury how you became aware of that.
I was at the office working, and I had received a request from the Fountain Police Department saying that they would offer assistance if we needed any assistance with the missing 11-year-old, which was the first I became aware of the report that patrol had taken. It was at that time that I got my team spun up and got them en route to the 6627 Mandan address and started trying to get information on what patrol had learned at that point and where we were. Because I was just getting started when Fountain had reached out to us. I had no idea that we were looking for anybody at this point.
Okay. And so did you stay with the investigation as it progressed through time?
I was the supervisor over that for the entire period, yes.
And so could you describe to the jury how the investigation progressed through time? We talked about it starting as a runaway or missing persons. Where did it eventually go?
So yes, we started out as a missing person runaway case. We then got detectives involved. Detectives started to run a standard procedure for a missing persons case. We went out, we started to do things like ask for anything that might have a sample of Gannon's DNA on it. We wanted to get a comparative sample. And we started worst case scenarioing at that time, if I could say that word, which is part of our protocol to start building that up. As we started to go into our investigation, we started to get a lack of cooperation from Ms. Stauch, who was our reporting party. At that point, we knew that we needed to put more resources into locating Gannon. We were very concerned at this point. We didn't know the who, what, why, and where, but we definitely knew that with an 11-year-old missing for the time period that we had now, things were not going to end well if we couldn't find him immediately. So we started ramping up from that missing person to potentially an abducted child. I reached out to CBI, tried to figure out what they wanted for an Amber Alert. We didn't have any information on that would match an abducted child because we didn't have a suspect. I didn't have a vehicle. And at that point, that's when we started to expand. We started getting our search and rescue teams involved. There were obviously very many community groups that put together teams of people that were out searching. We immediately turned our missing persons runaway team into the entire investigations division. So not only was my major crimes unit, which is 4 detectives, that's all we have. It was the rest of the unit. So all of the detectives that were available were now working full-time on this case.
And as the investigation progressed, were you relying on what the defendant, Ms. Stauch, was telling you, being that she was the last person to see Gannon?
That was our main focus, was what information could Ms. Stauch provide to help us locate Gannon, yes.
And did that lead to several searches and search warrants of 6627 Mandan Drive, the residence where Gannon lived?
Yes.
And did the first search happen on really January 27th when first patrol officers went there and did a cursory search looking for Gannon in the house?
That was the first one, correct? Yes.
And did it progress all the way through February?
Yes, it did.
And each time you went out there, did you learn more about what may have happened to Gannon at that residence?
Yes, each search provided more information and helped develop the investigation and help push it further every time.
And were you out there for the majority of these searches?
I was out there, I would say for a few of them. I would say that would constitute majority.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to February 3rd of 2020. Do you recall going out to that residence to do a search on that date?
I do recall doing some work out at the address on February 3rd, yes.
Okay, 6627 Mandan Drive.
At that, yes, that address.
I want to get into all the details of the search, but I want to turn your attention to Gannon's room. Did you have an understanding where Gannon's room was prior to February 3rd, 2020?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and noticed in Gannon's room on February 3rd, 2020 that may have escalated the investigation to a homicide.
So we had denoted that there was blood evidence in the room, on the walls, on an electrical socket. The blood evidence that was located was very hard to see. It wasn't easily visible to the human eye. This is when we came back to the address, and we wanted to use Blue Star chemical that would give us a presumptive test if we were able to locate blood that's not visible to the human eye. It lights up under blue light. It gives us a luminescence, and it tells us we want to concentrate on that spot. That was presumptive hit for blood. We went to Gannon's room. I specifically went down there. Due to the blood evidence that I could visibly see, it appeared to me that the blood had been cleaned up. I was interested in an electrical socket that was down near the borderline of the wall. There was carpet underneath, and if there had been a large presence of blood, sometimes cleaning that blood, you can push the blood through to the backside of the carpet or into the pad. So the carpet was pulled back. I had a patch that I believed was possible blood, so it was very stiff, appeared to be cleaned, and I had reached out and touched that portion, and realized that when I reached out and touched it, I wasn't wearing gloves at the time. So I made a note in my report that I had touched that area, didn't glove up. If we were able to pull any DNA, I'd have to provide a sample.
Sure, go ahead.
But I was able to pull the carpet back at that point and notice that there was saturation through the carpet into the carpet pad, and that there was staining on the cement that appeared all to be from blood stain.
And did that escalate the investigation at that point?
Yes, absolutely.
And was the location of this area that you just described that you touched that soaked through the padding into the concrete, was that directly below Gannon's bed?
It would have been in a location where Gannon's bed would have been, yes.
Now, as a result of this, did that lead you to look for a blood-stained pattern expert to come in and perhaps do an analysis on Gannon's wall and the bedroom?
Yes, that did. It led us to reach out.
And who did you reach out to?
We reached out to Tom Griffin of Bevel and Gardner. I took a crime scene reconstruction class, became certified in level 1 crime scene reconstruction. And my instructor was Mr. Tom Griffin of Bevel and Gardner. And I had went through my chain of command and suggested that Tom Griffin be contacted to see if he would be able to assist in analyzing the scene for us.
Okay. And earlier you mentioned Blue Star. Do you recall talking about the Blue Star?
I remember previously, yes.
And was there a large amount of Blue Star used within the entire residence at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, there was a lot of Blue Star used.
And were you out there for the majority of these searches where Blue Star was being used?
For the most part, yes.
And on February 25th of 2020, did you go out with a video recorder and document 6627 Mandan Drive, the entire residence, to kind of summarize where the Blue Star was placed, where evidentiary items were, where rooms were, and things like that?
Yes, I did head out to 6627 Mandan, and I took a video recorder with me. And due to the complexity of the scene, it's hard to sit down in a report and put down cardinal directions to tell you that this house generally faces north. We're talking about a bedroom that was in the south east corner of the residence. So I used the video recorder to go to that residence, 6627 Mandan Drive, and record the entire residence so that there would be an optical capture of the scene.
And would that video assist the jury in understanding the layout of the house, where the Blue Star was applied, and things of that nature?
I think it would help clarify quite a bit, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Going to hand you what's been marked as 3-7. Do you recognize that disc?
I do recognize it.
And what is that disc?
This is the disc that has the video that I captured of the residence.
And does that actually depict the entirety of the video that you took on March 25th, 2020 of 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, this includes the entirety of that video.
Move to admit 372.
Defense? For an objection? Exhibit 372 will be admitted.
Your Honor, I think it's approximately 22 minutes long. I don't know if you want to play it or do you want to take a break first, however the court wants.
Let's take a break first and then we can play it all in its entirety. Otherwise, yeah, let's take a break first. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent investigation about any aspect of the case. And we'll see you back at 3:25. All right, for the jury, please.
You can get it later. Yeah.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Sergeant, you can go ahead and step down if you'd like to do that.
I'll run to the restroom.
And you can have the sergeant sit in the back while the video plays if you want to do that.
Okay.
Because
And
it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe we can approach Judge before we all take our break.
Okay. On forward.
My gosh, this judge, you can't take a break right now. I was just getting dinner. Getting dinner made. Hi, Doxy. Jen Joya, are you still here, hun? Because if you are, I would love to have you on. You find it so weird how far apart the defense lawyers sit from each other. Yeah, I think the one is trying to sit close to T so that number one, she can lean over and talk to him. But also, my voice. My voice on my phone. No. Um, but also so that they can humanize her and make her look like she is not a bad person, I guess. But yes, it is pee time. If you have to go and, I don't know, do anything, pee, get a drink, order pizza, whatever you have to do. Now is the time to do it. I'm actually glad, though, in a way that he did the break now because I have to go to tumbling class in about 45 minutes. And so I'll be listening from tumble class so that, Vicky G, we can sit in silence so that you can we're used to it. Stop. I'll just put up an article and we can pretend that I'm reading it while I'm muted, right? In a way, I'm happy he did it now, though, because that way the break is over and done with for whenever I go to tumbling class. And I'll be listening still from my phone. I'll be interacting from there. But this way I will be able to not have to unmute during tumbling because that could get chaotic. Small room, lots of children, very noisy. So not like soccer practice where it's more spread out and more room to walk around. Mute mom, mute mom. I know, right? Jen Joya, though, said that she was in court this morning, I think she said, which doesn't surprise me because there was a lot of people in court this morning. Mute mom. I know. I'm gonna have to make like a mute mom emoji so that you guys have that. You guys want to go tumbling too? I want to tell you guys something. I sat down last night and I cried so hard because of Junior playing soccer. And it was just super overwhelming. Like I was looking back through the pictures that I took yesterday and some of the videos, and I was just really, really overwhelmed with how proud I am of her. And I literally I cried so hard. And for those of you guys who don't know, Junior is my little miracle baby. She was born and around 9 months she just stopped growing. And so we went through I don't know. We went through way too many tests and months of not knowing what was going on, close to a year of not knowing what was going on until we finally seen the right doctor. All the while her going through everything. I mean, they told me that she would never walk. They told me that she would never be able to stand without a stander to help her stand. They told me that she would likely had cystic fibrosis or they checked her for like Morphin syndrome. They checked her for muscular dystrophy. Like they were checking her for all these things. And we were terrified as parents, what was going on with our baby. And after 2 years of physical therapy and everything else, she walked right out of her braces. She's completely mobile. She can do everything that anyone else can do. She's tiny. She is teeny tiny compared to even her sister, who's 2 years younger than her, is the same height. She looks more like a 2-year-old than she does a 4-year-old. But she is the most determined and most motivated it's amazing to watch her. It's just amazing to see. Yes, exactly, Ramblin'. Glory to God. There were so many people praying for my baby that all of the horrible things were not going to be, right? And you know what it turned out to be? She has a sphylioesophagitis, which you can look up. And essentially she has an allergy to milk. She did. She went all Forrest Gump on her braces. All Forrest Gump on her braces. And so it took us almost 2 years to get, it was like a year and a half or so before we got the diagnosis of the EOE. But you know, it's amazing though. And so yesterday, she's the slowest person out there on that soccer field. The ball is about about bigger than her almost, it seems like. You know, but she tried so hard. She did everything she could, and she listened so well, and every time she fell, she stood right back up and went again. And I'm telling you guys, she's going to end up being the best player out there on that field. I know it because she is just so determined. And so I just sat down last night and I was looking through the pictures and the videos, and I just cried and cried because I am so proud of how determined she is. I am so, so proud of it. You have a milk protein allergy, Amy? It started out, we had to like take her off of all the things, but they had tested her for allergies and stuff and nothing came up. And so it was the EOE. Yeah, she's out on the field. The fact she's even able to run. Yeah, your heart is so filled with joy. Mine too. She is a rock star. I couldn't help it. She did so amazing. She is so brave. And like I said, just her determination. She just goes and goes like she doesn't care. She didn't care that she was the last person to make it or whatever. Like she was just so excited that she got there. She ran like they were doing the practice, and she ran across the field and she kicked her ball all the way there, and all the other kids were already done and she didn't care. She still kicked her ball into the net and then put her arms up in the air and said, "I did it." I was like, "Yeah, you did it." So, just so awesome. She's just a little rock star. I love her to death. He is, yeah. All right, Doxy, we'll see you when you get back. It is beautiful. So I don't know, I'm just pumped with it all. I'm just pumped with it all. She's just doing so good. Let me see. I don't want to show any of the other little kids' faces. So I'm trying to find a picture of her out there that there's no other little kiddos showing. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up for you. Yeah. With his muscular dystrophy, he's always last but so proud of his milestones. What it came down to is the fact that her body was so malnourished and everything from the fact that she wasn't getting her nutrition the right way because she was allergic to everything. She was allergic to everything that we were giving her. And they're like, "Oh, she's not growing, so give her Pediasure, which is milk-based." Thank you. She wasn't, so then they're like, "Oh, put yogurt, give her lots of this, give her lots of that." And It was like everything that we were giving her was just making her worse and worse and worse, and she just kept getting worse and worse and worse. So, but she is, like I said, she's my little miracle baby now. My goodness. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Dakota. I am so sorry. I know that's one of those things that whenever we were going through it, we were obviously going to accept whatever the diagnosis was going to be, but it's hard. But I am a true believer that God does not give anyone that something that their family can't handle. So that's her out there running in the field, though. She's for the entire light of your life. Yep. But yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah, so precious. I know, right? 411, believe me, we rule the world. So Amy, that's exactly what happened. So she stopped growing because I had went back to work and I couldn't keep up. And so after I went back to work, she switched over to formula, and that's around the same time she stopped growing. Yes, lifting you in prayer, Dakota, for sure. Prayers for you, for sure. What time did Judge say we're coming back? Was it 20 after or 30? I can't remember. Don't you know, Junior? Junior just came in here and drank all of my water and then went back out. So Emily, they checked her for allergies. They switched her formula to a soy-based formula. But so EOE, basically with EOE, your triggers can change. And so we have to periodically get her re-scoped to make sure that her trigger hasn't changed. And so at the time, whenever all this was going on, we had to take her down to completely no allergy things. And they found out initially that she was allergic to soy and milk. And so whenever they switched her protein or her formulas, even that didn't work at first. And so then they put her on something called Kate Farms Pediatric. And it is like a pea protein. And so that's how she's been thriving. She's been thriving on this Kate Farms stuff. Instead of putting her on a tube, since she would drink it through a straw, she just drinks 2 of those a day, and she eats 2 with them, but she has 2 of those every day to help her grow. What made me decide to homeschool? Honestly, just the way esophagitis, Nicole. As far as homeschooling goes, we had my son in a private school, and his private school was a very, very small private school through my it was a very, very small private school through our church at the time. And whenever I got married, my husband and I went opposite shifts. And so he was home during the night and I was home during the day, but then my son went to school. And so I was home all day and then going to work all night whenever he got home from school. And I hated it because I never seen him. And so I decided to homeschool him so that I would be able to see him through the day. Between that and then, of course, look at society, look at all the things that are going on in our world. And so since I had the opportunity after my daughters were born to stay home a little bit and be here, it just makes it that much easier. Oh, that's so cool. You're on Kate Farms. Yeah, Emily, if he's having issues with different formula, I would totally look into it at least. Yes, you're an early interventionist. Once medical needs are addressed, kiddos do amazing. Really? No, I didn't know that they had that for Kate Farms. Mm-mm. Right, with all the appropriate therapy. For real though, whenever they very first started going on with all of this, she also had she wasn't swallowing right, so we had to make everything honey thick. Like she had to have thickened liquids. And so we were thickening liquids. This is all before she turned 1. We had to thicken liquids for her. And then they found out that dysphagia, I think is what they call that. I think that's what they call that. And they did that at first, but we were in OT, we were in PT, and we were in speech therapy. And then once the speech therapy ended, they just increased our occupational and our physical more. But she already was talking so well. It had nothing to do with speech therapy. It was because she needed help learning to use her tongue to swallow the right way. You've homeschooled your son since 4th grade. He graduates this year. Your daughter since 1st grade. She's in 6th. Yes, dysphagia is difficulty swallowing. Thank you so much, Amy. I couldn't remember if that's what it was. I love homeschooling. And one thing that I do though is we do go to a homeschool group that's within our church, and it's nice for a number of different reasons. One of which I like because they do the specials that like normal schools would have. They do like wood shop. Like last year he did wood shop and metal shop. This year he did. Have a good time, Jets mom. See you later. This year they did electrical and oh goodness. Oh, and like they're dissecting stuff. And so the next year they're planning to do welding and I think automotive. So it's really nice that they do that type of stuff. And then of course gym class, and it gets them around other kids. So, and field trips, once a month we go on field trips. So we do that every Friday all through school. You knew someone who switched to homeschooling because the school wasn't doing nothing about the boy getting bullied and beat up in the bathroom. Yeah, that's awful. Your son has childhood intestinal failure and Cushing's disease. He's 13. Wow. Oh my goodness, Avery. That's one thing that Junior still struggles with is she has hypotonia is one of the things that she has, and it really affects her from the waist down. And so she has a lot of difficulty sometimes holding it if she has to go to the bathroom. And so that's one thing I have to constantly like remind her to go to the bathroom, because otherwise, we have accidents all day long. And they told me she probably won't be able to sleep through the night without going until she's much older. So Tennessee Mountain High, it depends on what type of things that you want to do for your homeschool. I know parents who do everything from like systems that help, accredited systems that help them homeschool, to people who do what's called unschooling, where you have your children learn via life. And so it just depends on which method you use to approach your schooling, and to make sure that your child is constantly showing progress and that they are in fact learning something. So it just depends, but there are a ton of free resources out there if anybody ever would want to homeschool. There's a ton of stuff. It also depends on your state that you're schooling in. Like the state that I live in, I'm in PA, and PA is one of the strictest states for homeschoolers as far as what they look at and stuff. Like we have to have packets and stuff that we turn into an evaluator at the end of every year that shows what we taught our kid and things. Here comes the court.
He said he was leaving at 3.
So that was Friday.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yes, when it's time, you can just go. Have 2 days a week.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the Sergeant Hubble's testimony, and we're going to play the video at this point.
That's correct, General. We'll play People's Exhibit 372 at this time.
All right.
This is Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. This is Wednesday, approximately 2 p.m. on February 25th. This is 6627 Mandan Drive from the exterior.
Is that a connection issue?
Yeah, I don't know, Your Honor, if there's technical difficulties. I know I just watched it on my computer and it wasn't doing this.
Well, restart it.
And so maybe we can,
Just restart it and see if it will play.
okay, we play it from my computer because I know it's smooth on that one. I just
Um,
don't think it got copied.
You just need to hook it up to yours instead of Ms. Gratiano's. It should play the same way.
Okay.
Turn that off until you're ready, but Go ahead and start it. And we'll...
This is Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. This is Wednesday, approximately 2 p.m. on February 25th. This is 6627 Mandan Drive from the exterior. This is a gate that leads to the backyard of 6627 Mandan. As you can see, the gate is locked from the exterior side of the fence. This is front entry into 6627 Mandan Drive. This would be from the front door. This is the upper level of the home. There are 2 bedrooms, a kitchen and living room area, and a sliding glass door to the backyard. And then the laundry room area, which exits into the garage for this residence. To the right is the first bedroom. This would be the room where Lena stays. So you enter the front hallway. You see that it opens up into the kitchen area of the residence. The kitchen does have a sliding glass door that exits to the backyard of the residence. We will exit that in a moment and show the other side of the gate from the backyard perspective. The living room area. Our main hallway. This enters into the master bedroom. Which has an attached bathroom and walk-in closet area. Moving back out towards the garage. The area in front of you is the laundry area. We'll move into the garage. Since we're in the garage, I will start with some points of interest. The 4 planks that you see on the ground are in the position they were during the first call when Gannon was reported to be missing. You can see that the tops of the boards have been sawed off. These were collected after a blood reagent called Blue Star was used on the ends of the 4 boards that had been cut, and there was a positive reaction. That positive reaction gives us a presumptive that blood was present on those boards. On the garage floor, in the area that we're looking at between the broom, the cord, and the empty space on the floor, there were some Blue Star reactions on the floor in this area. They were in the form of droplets. They were not very large. As we move from the concrete to the stairs, there was a Blue Star reaction on the stair showing a potential possible partial shoe impression that, again, with it being Blue Star, that reaction tells us it's presumptive for blood. Moving up into the laundry area, the tile in the laundry room did have positive reaction to the Blue Star, again telling us the potential presence for blood. They were small hits in the laundry area. Basically, they were droplet size, not much larger than that. If we close the laundry room door to the garage, you can see that there is still blood on the door and on the door handle. This would be the door leading into the garage. We'll turn around in the laundry room. The last Blue Star hit of note was down at the baseline where the tile meets the carpet. It would be in your right-hand side of the frame where the doorway begins, and that frame for the doorway, there was a hit with the Blue Star agent right where the carpet meets the tile and meets the threshold for the doorway. That hit then led to us moving into the living room area. Again, this was the upstairs living and kitchen room area. You'll see the carpet area here. The carpet area in focus had a reaction to the Blue Star. The carpet appears ripped in this area. That rip is for checking the underside of that carpet to look for saturation, and there was none found. The stairs were then tested with the Blue Star reagent. There were positive hits on the stairs. They were small drop patterns, not much larger than a quarter for most of the stains. There was more of a reaction from the Blue Star, showing that there was heavy cleaning going on. The cleaning reacts with the Blue Star, but it does not provide an immediate reaction. It provides a slow illuminating reaction after some time, which indicated to us that there was some cleaning of the stairs and this landing area prior to heading down the stairs. There was luminol reaction on this landing. You can see that the carpet is not in its proper position. That carpet has also been pulled up underneath the carpet. to check for saturation stains to the other side, and none were located. The baseboards around this landing did illuminate when the blue star was applied, showing that presumptive reaction for blood. Continuing down the stairs into the basement, blue star was used on the stairs going down. The blue star reacted to the stairs. Again, these were small hits, quarter size, and some significant cleaning. This patch of carpet into the basement, illuminated with blue star, showing that there was a lot of cleaning going on in this area. There was a very small single reaction to blue star at the base of the table. That again was about quarter size. As we hit the bottom of the stairs, this is the basement area of the residence. If you continue around to the right, you'll see that there is a closet. It's a storage closet. We have a bedroom down here, all the way to the right. This would have been Harley's bedroom. We have another bathroom area. This bedroom has a closet attached to it. Another storage closet. In the living room, we have the couch. The area removed from the couch was the area that candle wax was located. This was in the area for the Sunday night candle event where the candle was reported to be knocked over. When it was knocked over, it ignited a fire in the carpet. Portion of the carpet that was originally cut out was in this area here. You can still see some of the padding where the burn mark for where the padding melted. This would be the area that the candle landed. While doing a search, the area next to the candle, blue star was used. There was a positive hit, again being presumptive for blood. So a larger portion of the carpet was then cut out and retained so that that could be tested. Moving back in the basement, heading back to the stairs where you came down. Again, blue star reacted in this area, showing a large cleaning event. We had a single hit or by this furniture leg, about the size of a quarter. We come around to the hallway. We have a storage room. And then if you continue to the right, you have Gannon's bedroom. Before going into Gannon's bedroom, There was Blue Star used in the hallway. It reacted, showing a small trail, which led to the storage area. On the floor in the storage area, you can see that there are several locations that have been marked with Sharpie. Those are areas that were illuminated with Blue Star and showed a presumptive for blood. That blood was present. There is a trail that leads back into the storage room towards the sump pump located in the corner. The trail ending at that box. All these boxes were removed. Blue Star was used on the entire room. It was just this particular trail that has been marked and highlighted that was located. There were no other presumptive positives for blood in the storage room. Backing out of the storage room, moving into Gannon's room. The room is normally set up so that the blue and red table is generally sitting underneath the window. This bed would be set up, ready to go. The second bed in the room would occupy this voided location, the southwest corner of the room. If you continue around in the room, there is a closet in the northeast corner of the room. Of note in Gannon's room is the large stain in the southeast corner of the room. The markings that you see on the wall are marking spatter marks that were denoted by the Metro Crime Lab. Each of these stickers is indicating a blood spatter pattern that was denoted and documented. The carpet had a large stain that saturated through the carpet, through the padding, leaving this stain on the concrete. For marking purposes, a red Sharpie was used to outline the outskirts of the pattern, showing you how large the pattern actually is. Over here, you can see where the carpet and the padding, what they would look like if they were present. I will then reverse my steps, go back up to the living area. I will go out the sliding glass door and show you the reverse side of the side gate, showing you that it does not lock from the interior, that it locks from the exterior side. And that will conclude the video tour at that point. This would be the rear yard of 6627. This portion of the fence has recently been removed. It was not the original position of that fence during our initial walkthrough of the scene. This is the exterior of the side gate leading to the front of the residence. As you can see, the rear side of this fence, or interior side of this fence, is not secured. It is secured by the padlock on the front side of the gate. This will conclude the video tour of 6627 Mandan Drive by Sergeant Hubble. Current time is approximately 2:23 p.m.
Right, Sergeant Hubble, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Hubble, by the time you shot this video on February 25th, 2020, had Al Stauch moved out of the residence and had the sheriff's department basically held that residence?
That is correct, yes.
Do you know approximately when Mr. Stauch moved out of the residence?
I don't recall.
That's fine. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Hi, Sergeant. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. So what date was this video taken?
I believe that was I have to relook at my notes again. I'm sorry. Blanking here from my cold.
Oh, okay. What,
It was late in February.
okay. What was the date of the actual Blue Star application? At the Mandan
The
Drive address?
searches were several days prior to that.
Okay. And were you able to get any photographic evidence or video of the actual Blue Star illuminating or fluorescing under the dark lights?
I know one of the techs was having a hard time capturing their Blue Star hits. There were several different applications applied. So there were some that were captured and some that weren't. You'd have to speak with the crime scene techs to get a total on that.
Okay, but it looks like in your report, you were there at the house when the Blue Star was applied and that testing was being done, correct?
I was there, yes.
How many crime scene techs were there when the Blue Star was applied and, everybody was marking on the ground with Sharpies, like, here's a hit, here's a hit, here's a hit. Do you remember how many people were there?
For the instance where the Blue Star illuminated in the storage area, which is the one where the Sharpies were used, we had 2 crime scene techs there. we had to pull all those boxes out. So I believe there was myself and I think 2 to 3 other detectives, I don't recall specifically, that were present as well.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, in the storage room, you had some hits that was marked or memorialized by Sharpie marks on the concrete, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like there's a wall of boxes. And then looks like there's some small hits that go right up to this wall of boxes, correct?
Yes.
Since you brought it up, and I just want to clarify, beyond the wall of boxes, there was a sump pump in the corner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any markings or any hits near this sump pump?
There might have been some smaller hits closer, but it ended at the sump pump.
Okay. And were these hits, so beyond this wall of boxes, there were additional hits, is your
There may
testimony?
have been 1 or 2 hits, yes.
Okay,
The trail ends basically at the sump pump, so the boxes may have covered up 1 or 2 or 3 of the hits in that area.
okay.
There wouldn't be any more than that.
But you took all the boxes out to make sure any positive hits for blood through the Blue Star were not covered.
Yeah,
up,
the room was
correct?
empty when they blue starred, yes.
Okay. And there would have been a photograph of every hit or some kind of documentation of every hit?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the Blue Star actually testing for?
The blue star is giving us a presumptive for, to get really specific, you'd need to talk to the crime lab about that. But
Okay.
it gives us the building blocks of blood, which is protein and iron.
Okay. So it's not actually presumptive for blood, it's presumptive for the presence of iron.
Well, for the chemicals that make up blood or the elements that make up blood.
One
That's
of
why
the-
it's a presumptive.
The
It
main
tells us
one
to
be-
test more.
one of the main elements of blood is iron, correct? Okay. Do you know if at any point there had been any swabs taken of some of the blood to test for DNA or blood match identification, anything like that?
On the presumptive hits?
Yes, or before the
Yeah,
Blue
the
Star was done, was there like DNA swabs taken of any of these marks, any of these probable or likely blood spatter to
Yes,
to do testing?
there were swabs taken, yes.
Okay. Were you there at the house when the swabs were collected or taken?
Yes.
Okay. And presumably there was further testing done on those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually collect the swabs or would that have been CSI technicians?
No, the CSI technicians would do that.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sorry. Redirect.
No, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant? Just write it down and support them. Council would retrieve that, and approach the bench, please. Sergeant Hubble, sorry. Sergeant Hubble, Blue Star reacts with blood to make it visible. Does Blue Star in any way compromise the subsequent analysis of the collected blood sample?
That would be a great question for the crime lab. I don't know how they rule out what portion was Blue Star. There, when we go from presumptive to actually a final analysis, a scientist would be able to explain it to you better. They have a very pinpoint specific chemical makeup that they're looking for. When they say something's positive for blood, they mean it's 100% positive after lab testing. So I don't know what their process is. So I couldn't answer if they test out the Blue Star or if the Blue Star doesn't affect it at all. I don't know the answer.
Okay. And that answer is helpful for the next question, which I'm not going to ask a lot of because I think it's more properly directed to other witnesses, but I will ask this question. Was the trash bin outside searched for evidence?
The night that the original search was done by my team, Sergeant Kurt Smith was there and present. And I believe he informed me that that trash can was looked at, yes, from my memory.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
No, thank you.
Mr. Cook? All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Amanda Van Nest.
Sorry, last name?
Van Nest.
Van Nest.
V-A-N-E-S-T.
Thank you. Ms. Van Nest, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Right up there. Yep. Everybody does.
Everybody does that. It's okay. All right. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Everybody's been doing that too.
Okay, thank you.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Amanda Van Nest, Amanda. My last name is two words, V as in Victor, A, N as in Nancy, space, N as in Nancy, E-S-T.
Ms. Van Nest, what work do you do?
I am a forensic nurse examiner at UC Health Memorial Hospital.
What is a forensic nurse examiner?
So a forensic nurse examiner is a registered nurse that sees patients who are exposed to violence.
How long have you been doing that work?
I have been there and doing that for about 6.5 years.
Do you have some education that allows you to do that job?
I do.
Please tell the jury about that.
So I have my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing and my registered nurse license through the state of Colorado. In addition to that, there was education that was that I took. It was a 64-hour course specific to forensic nursing. And then in addition to that, I did a full-time orientation for 12 weeks.
Do you have professional affiliations as well?
I do. I am affiliated with the International Association of Forensic Nurses.
Do you have particular certifications as well?
I do. I have my SANE adult adolescent and SANE pediatric certifications through the IAFN.
Do you also attend regular training?
I do.
Tell the jury about that, please.
So in order to maintain my specialized certifications, so my SANE A and SANE P, I have to, losing my words, I have to complete continuing education credits for that. And I believe off the top of my head, I'm trying to think, but I believe it's somewhere in the realm of 30 continuing education credits every 2 years for both of those certifications.
Perfect, thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert as a forensic nurse examiner?
I have.
How many times?
Roughly 6.
What jurisdictions?
El Paso County.
Okay. Can you give the jury I guess, a scope of what it means to be a forensic nurse examiner, just what you do in your day-to-day work?
Yes, so as a forensic nurse examiner at UC Health Memorial Hospital, because everywhere's a little bit different, but in terms of what I do, like I said, I see anybody who's been exposed to violence. So things that kind of follow under that umbrella are domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, human trafficking, physical assaults, strangulations. And then in addition to that, we also are able to perform suspect evidence collections for law enforcement.
How do you determine that somebody's been exposed to violence?
We are notified either by the primary nurse that's caring for them, or if the patient has reported a sexual assault, w- we're notified by like the intake at the emergency room when they come in, the techs at intake or the providers in intake of them at that time.
Okay. And I sort of jumped ahead a little bit here, but Your Honor, at this time I move for a qualification of Ms. Van Nest as an expert witness as a forensic nurse examiner.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Thank you. So when we're talking about the way that you determine whether somebody's been exposed to violence, is that something that you typically will rely on? So other people will collect information, you'll review that information, and then determine a course of action onto how you're going to interact with that person as well?
A lot of times, typically, we get very minimal information from the primary nurse, from the provider, just that, hey, they're here and they're reporting, the specific situation. We would like you to see them. Or, hey, we're concerned that this could be going on. We would like you to see them.
And is it typical for you to rely on that sort of input from other nurses to give you that information?
Yes.
The types of information that you might get to determine that somebody's been exposed to violence, can that be a self-reported exposure to violence, meaning that a person is saying they have been a victim?
Yes.
Can it be that police potentially are bringing somebody in and they are saying this person has been a victim of violence?
Yes.
Are all of those fairly typical interactions or ways that you become involved in a case?
They are.
I want to jump into a particular investigation that we've been sitting here listening to witnesses from for a little over a week now, and that's the investigation into Gannon Stauch, who went missing on January 27th, 2020. Did you get involved in that investigation?
I did.
When did you get involved?
I became involved on January 29th, 2020.
What were the circumstances of you becoming involved in this case?
I was notified by the primary nurse that Letecia had come into the hospital reporting chest pain, and she was also reporting a sexual assault.
Do you know how she got to the hospital?
I cannot recall.
Do your the records that you would have, would it be something that would record that information?
It would.
Do you remember being told that it was by ambulance, that she was brought to the hospital
Yes.
by ambulance?
Yes, thank you.
And you mentioned that you were told that Letecia, as you knew at the time, was suffering from chest pain and dizziness, I think you just said.
Yes, that's correct.
What about her condition? Was it stable, unstable?
It was stable at the time.
What does that mean when somebody's condition is stable?
That there wasn't anything that was life-threatening at that time.
Okay.
And
So-
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was deemed by the emergency room provider.
Okay. Do you also rely on information that is reported to you by EMS staff that is, like in this case, traveling with a patient by ambulance to the hospital?
Yes, I do.
What information did you get as it relates to that portion of the information?
At that time, I did not get report from the EMS staff. I had just gotten report from the primary nurse in the emergency room, as they were the ones that had spoken with EMS.
As a forensic nurse examiner, have you had a chance to review any records that have recollections of that information?
Yes.
And what was that information that EMS reported in those records?
To the best of my recollection, when going over that, that EMS had reported that she had reported chest pain along with sexual assault.
What about her interactions with people in the ambulance as to Would she talk sometimes and then not talk other times?
Best of my recollection, because I'm having a hard time remembering.
That's okay.
Um, I know that she had not spoken a lot about the sexual assault.
Okay. And obviously this has been 3 years ago now, correct?
That is correct.
If I showed you a particular page, would it refresh your memory as to specifics as to what EMS reported in these records?
It would.
You know, I may approach and refresh memory.
You may, go ahead.
And just so that defense is tracking with me, I'm at pagination number 480068. I'm also, while I'm going up there just to save steps, going to provide the witness with People's Exhibits 340 through 353, which are photographs.
Yep.
So if you could read this paragraph here and tell me when you're done, I'll retrieve it.
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Do you remember there being a distinction in what EMS was reporting as to when Letecia would talk and when she would not talk?
Yes. It was reported by EMS that she would speak with them when law enforcement was not present. But then when law enforcement was present, she tended to be quiet and not talk, pretended to be asleep.
Did she also make any statements as to any neurological issues that she may be facing at that time?
Not to me.
Okay, but I'm talking to the EMS that's recorded in those records.
No.
Okay. Is it typical for when somebody comes in under this sort of a scenario that they would be provided a HIPAA form?
Yes.
What is HIPAA, first of all?
So HIPAA is basically the patient's right to privacy to protect their medical records. When they come in contact with me, that is one of the forms that I review with them.
So did you review this specific form with this person?
I did.
And does this basically, are they asked to sign the form at some point?
They are.
Does that acknowledge that they understand what their rights are as far as privacy and that they understand all of that sort of thing?
Yes.
When you went over this particular form with Letecia on January 29th, did she make that indication that she understood her HIPAA rights and signed that form with no problems?
Yes.
Are those fairly important rights that people should be made aware of when they're going in for hospital care?
Absolutely.
Can that sometimes be confusing for people?
It can.
Was there any confusion on this on the part of this person?
You can rephrase the question as to how she appeared.
Sure. Did she appear to have any confusion or problems with this particular form or understanding the gravity of signing a HIPAA form?
She did not appear to.
Do you remember how she signed that particular form? What name? It's okay.
On my medical release form, I believe she signed it Tisha.
Okay, perfect. Is there also a place on that form for the date?
Yes, there is.
Did she put the correct date on that form?
So that would have been myself filling that out.
Okay.
And then
all right.
reviewing it with her. So
Okay. The person that you were having contact with that had gone over this form with you and then signed it, is that person here in the courtroom?
yes,
Will you please identify her by where she is sitting and what she's wearing, please?
yes, she is sitting over there and she's wearing a green long sleeve shirt.
You're gesturing over to your right to defense counsel table?
Yes, I am.
And is it either of these two males or is it a female?
The female.
Okay, thank you. I'd ask that the record reflect that she's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to make sure Mr. Cook was paying attention over here. When you're having interactions with Letecia at that time, was a detective around all the time?
No,
Was there often a lot of time when you were just one-on-one with her?
majority of the time I was one-on-one with her.
When you have contact with a person under these sorts of scenarios, do you tell them what an FNE is, a forensic nurse examiner?
I do.
Is it oftentimes foreign for people to understand what your job is and how you're going to potentially help them?
Yes,
Do you have to go through a lengthy explanation of what your role is?
I do.
What does that sound like when you go?
Yeah, so my spiel with a patient is I'm a forensic nurse examiner. I am a nurse that is specialized in caring for patients who have been exposed to violence. And kind of like I explained it before. So these include patients who have been exposed to domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse. I believe I left out elder abuse earlier, strangulation, human trafficking, kind of all of those types of things. I understand that you're here today because of whatever they're there for. So in this case, I understand that you were here because you were sexually assaulted. Is that right? So she confirmed that for me. And so then I go into a little bit further. Here are the different things that I can offer for you. Everything that I do is entirely up to my patient. They don't have to do anything, but it is something that we do offer.
So you're leading right into my next question, and that is, can a person that's in the hospital under these conditions say, you know what, I appreciate you giving me that spiel. I don't want to talk to you.
Absolutely.
Does that happen sometimes?
It does.
What did this person do, the Letecia, when you had contact with her?
She wanted to continue talking with me.
When you said that you asked them to verify the nature of the claim, did you do that with her?
I did.
What did she say happened?
Initially, I, just confirmed that she was sexually assaulted. She had reported to me that that her son was missing because he had been kidnapped by a construction worker that had come into the home and sexually assaulted her.
So the same person, according to her, both sexually assaulted her and kidnapped her 11-year-old stepson.
Correct.
Do you make an offer to people that are in the hospital under these conditions to perform some sort of a physical examination?
I do.
What's the purpose of this physical exam?
So the purpose of the physical exam, and I can kind of go into all of it, all of the different things that I talk about with them and her options. But the first part of that is to get a history from her as to what happened. So that better allows me to come up and establish my plan of care for medical diagnosis and treatment. The physical exam is next. So depending on what she told me happened, that helps me to figure out where I need to collect evidence. It helps me figure out what areas I need to focus on, in terms of where there could be potential injury, those types of things. And then the third part of that is also medications. So we offer different medications as well to prevent sexually transmitted infections, pregnancy prevention, and HIV.
Is this exam that you're describing, can it be fairly invasive and potentially shocking to somebody that's already gone through some traumatic event?
I would say it can be.
Did Letecia, when you had contact with her then on that day, did she want to go forward with this process? At least express that early on.
She did, yes.
Is it typical for you to go over psychological and social history with a person?
Yes,
Did you do that with this person?
I did.
What information did you learn from her as far as psychological history?
So in terms of her psychosocial history, we obtain just a lot of information about the patient themselves, who they live with, who's, kids in the home, are there weapons in the home, drug and alcohol use, is there any domestic violence? All of these different things help to assess for risk factors so that we can figure out, are there additional safety concerns or additional resources that we can offer?
And are you just asking them for their own self-report of their psychosocial history?
Yes.
Do you ever have opportunity to look at other sources for that? Like, say, if somebody's seen a psychologist in the past, would you have access to that necessarily?
Not necessarily, no.
So most of the time, is it just self-report?
Yes.
Did Letecia, when you had contact with her, report any sort of psychological history?
She reported a history of generalized anxiety disorder.
What does generalized anxiety disorder mean?
So I'm not a psychiatrist. So my understanding as a nurse, generally, so it's anxiety. So it's kind of that worry that would cross into your everyday life. So it's excessive worry, unrealistic worry, that kind of takes over your everyday.
Does that rise to the level of a severe mental disease or defect?
Objection foundation outside of.
Sustained, you'd have to lay further foundation for further expertise.
Well, Judge, I think that a layperson under statute, under these conditions, can give their opinion as to that information, which we will get to. I understand what you're saying, though.
Well, she can testify about how she appeared and whether she thought that there was a mental disease or something like that. The problem that she had was that you asked for the severe mental disease, and she said that she's not a psychologist. So I think there's some things that you can get, just not that particular question.
I agree with you. I was just saying that the statute does allow that sort of lay opinion testimony. Did she also give you a description of any medication that she was prescribed as it relates to this generalized anxiety?
Yes, she reported that she took lorazepam or Ativan as needed.
In your experience, have you had contact with people that have that sort of generalized anxiety that are prescribed with lorazepam?
I believe I have.
Okay. I guess during this portion of your contact with Letecia at the hospital, were you also in contact with detectives from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was.
And did you also know that that Letecia was coming directly from the sheriff's office in that ambulance to the hospital for the same exam?
After she arrived, yes.
Okay. And this goes towards your interactions and why you're having these types of interactions with her going forward. Were you being told by somebody from El Paso County Sheriff's Office that there was a warrant coming to collect particular types of evidence?
I was.
Search warrant, I mean, not an arrest warrant.
Yes, correct.
What do you do with that information in mind? Is there anything?
Just knowing that that is going to be part of my plan of care for her.
Okay. At some point, roughly about 6:45 PM on January 20, or January 29th, did you describe for Letecia two different types of exams? A suspect exam, I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. A suspect exam and a sane exam.
I did.
What are the differences between a suspect exam and a sane exam?
So the suspect exam is what he was talking about in regards to the search warrant. So with the search warrant, there are specific things that are ordered to be collected by a judge. So when I was talking earlier about the SANE exam, everything being voluntary, the suspect evidence collection, none of that is voluntary. All of those things are required and stated in the search warrant. In regards to the SANE exam, that is still something that is, or sexual assault exam, that is still something that is entirely up to her in regards to what she wants to do with that piece.
Did she appear to understand from her interactions with you that she understood, first of all, the difference between a suspect exam and a sane exam?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she wanted to continue to move forward with this process?
Objective relevance, almost like people be Welch and has to approach.
The objection's overruled. Mr. Allen?
Thank you. So after you give this this description of there's two different types of exams that are potential in this particular case, and I think I already asked you this, but just to make sure, did she indicate that she still wanted to proceed forward, even though there were potentially two prongs going forward?
Yes,
Did she seem to understand to you that what those two different prongs were,
yes, she did.
and verbalize to you that she still wanted to go forward?
Yes.
Is there a separate place in the hospital that you take somebody under these conditions to potentially collect this type of evidence from a person's body?
Yes.
Is that basically an evidence collection room?
That is our exam room.
Okay. Did you go over the idea with this person, Letecia, about collecting specimens from her body?
I did.
Does that include giving her an advisement of what that means?
Yes, as I do the evidence collection, I let her know, in this case, for example, the search warrant, what it says. So she specifically knows what I'm going to be collecting.
Okay. And is that something that a person would sign off on?
That is something that they can sign off on.
Did this person, Letecia, did she sign off on it?
She did.
At some point, did she indicate to you that her daughter may be in the waiting room?
She did.
What did she say about that?
She had told me that her daughter was in the waiting room and that she was a good source of support. And so that she wanted her present for when we did the scene exam portion.
Did Letecia then leave the exam room and go to wherever she's suggesting her daughter is?
She did. After the suspect evidence collection was completed off of the search warrant, she had gone to the waiting room, told me she was going to the waiting room to get her daughter.
And was the plan, at least the way you understood it, was that she would return and complete the SANE exam?
That is correct.
Did she return?
No, she did not.
What types of evidence did you collect with her? So we've now had the two different things sort of discussed. The evidence collection under from a suspect, basically. Did you collect some things from her at that time?
I did.
Tell the jury what that was.
So I collected buccal swabs, which are swabs of the inside of her cheek for her DNA. I also collected fingernail scrapings, so scrapings from underneath her fingernails. And I also, in addition on the search warrant, collected blood for her DNA, as well as a direct visualization of her head and of her hands with photo documentation.
We'll talk about that visual examination in just a moment. What do you do when you collect buckles?
So I take 2 cotton tip swabs. They look like Q-tips out of a pre-sealed package. And I swab the inside of both cheeks of my patient. After I do that, I put it in a drying rack that's labeled with buckle and time it.
And why do you do it that way?
That's my process, and that's the way that I always do it. So I make sure that I don't mess up or do anything that would hinder that.
Is it basically to just ensure that it's a viable collection of DNA, essentially?
Yes.
Once it's dried, what do you do with it?
Once it's dried, I will package it into an envelope and label it with what it is, with the patient's name, my initials, and the date and time that I collected it, and seal it with an evidence seal. It's red evidence tape, and then I will initial that tape as well to verify that I am the one that's doing the packaging.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 371? Ms. Van Ness, do you recognize People's Exhibit 371?
I don't.
Do you see the evidence sticker on there?
I do.
Should have some sort of a description. Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You recognize that now?
I do, yes.
item appear to be?
It appears to be 41-1, which is search warrant collection of Letecia, 8/4/1983, collected by state nurse.
Is that the buccal swabs that you collected from Letecia Stauch, the defendant in this case, back on January 29th, 2020?
Yes,
And is it typical that if you notice as you're holding it, that it's cooler than everything else in the room probably?
yes,
Is it typical because it's a DNA sample that those are kept cold?
that is my understanding.
Does that, would you need to open that to verify that that's the buccal swabs that you collected, or do you trust it based on that lab?
I trust that that's right, but to say with 100% certainty, I would have to open it.
Okay. So there are some gloves there to your right, and there should be some scissors as well. In your arm while she's opening that, once I move for admission, if this is admitted, because it does have to be kept cold, we would ask permission to then take it back to the freezer.
All right.
Do you have a preference on where this needs to be cut?
No, I don't have a preference, whatever is most convenient for you.
Okay.
Should I see it as chain of custody because she's going to have, it's going to have a hole in it?
Yeah, so we can actually write a report about that with our investigator. That's who brought it up to me.
Okay.
So there, it looks like there's 3 different items inside of that bigger bag. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it looks like you're holding a whitish envelope sized item.
I am.
And what does that appear to be?
So this is the evidence collection kit that I collected. So in here, I would have put her buccal swabs as well as the fingernail scrapings.
Does it appear to be the actual buccal swabs that you collected back on January 29th, 2020?
I would have to open it again to tell
Okay.
you for sure.
All right, go ahead and open it.
Okay. Yes.
More envelopes.
More envelopes. So these are the envelopes that I was talking about that I put the cotton swabs into. So this one is labeled buccal swabs. And yes, this is what I collected.
These are the buccal swabs that you collected from this defendant back on January 29th, 2020.
Correct.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you collected them back in January 29th?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 371, and then with the, obviously, the condition that I expressed just a moment ago.
Mr. Delaney,
No objection.
exhibit 371 will be admitted. Go ahead.
May I retrieve that exhibit, Your Honor,
Thanks.
and turn that back over to our investigator to put back in the field?
And so that the record is clear, you have this designated as just medical stuff. It's also right.
Yes, that's the one. It should be inside of that. Are there also the finger clippings, scrapings
That is correct.
from the same defendant that you collected the buckles on?
That is correct.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
It's like a Russian nesting egg. You just kept pulling out envelopes. So we talked earlier about the defendant left after saying that she wanted to go see her daughter in the waiting room, and did she ever come back?
She did not.
During your interaction with her, do you ask her specific questions about what might have happened, when it happened, if there's any injuries that you need to look at, that kind of thing?
I do.
When did she indicate to you that this sexual assault purportedly happened?
She reported that it happened on January 27th between 2:45 and 4 in the afternoon
Did she say where it happened?
at her home.
Did she give you any indication as to a potential suspect as to that committed this sexual assault?
She did. She reported it was a construction worker named Eduardo.
It was a construction worker from the neighborhood that she lived in?
Yes.
Did she also describe some interaction of her stepson as she's being sexually assaulted to you,
She did.
as it relates to this person who is assaulting her?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She reported that her stepson, while she was being sexually assaulted by Eduardo, had jumped on his back to try to get him off of her.
Do you ask questions, and I guess this might be pertaining to whether you're going to successfully find potentially DNA samples from a suspect and that kind of thing? Do you ask questions about any bodily fluid transfers, that kind of thing?
I do.
Did you ask this particular defendant those questions as well?
I did.
Such as, did the person that sexually assaulted ejaculate?
Yes.
Did she have any information for you on that?
She did not.
Did she specifically say, I don't think so, when asked if the assailant had ejaculated?
Yes, she did.
Do you also ask whether they've cleaned themselves? So if a sexual assault victim has come in, let me back up. Is it common for a sex assault victim to want to clean themselves right away after being sexually assaulted?
It is.
So do you ask questions about that when you're dealing with somebody that is reporting this type of activity to you?
I do.
Did you ask that of this defendant?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had bathed or showered since the assault occurred?
She said yes, she had.
What about, do you ask about clothing, if they've changed clothing since the assault?
I do.
What did she say about clothing?
That she had changed her clothing and had washed it.
When you were having interaction with her, obviously she'd indicated to you that she had bathed / showered. Did she appear to have bathed and showered?
No, she didn't.
Why do you say no, she didn't?
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy, so it did not appear to have been for her to have showered recently.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I? Yeah, I'm okay.
Do you get a little nervous when you testify? Or does the chair give you
Not at
trouble?
all. No, yes, I do.
Okay. During your whole interaction with her, was she able to make eye contact with you and communicate regularly?
She was.
She give you any indication that would cause you to think she wasn't understanding what was happening?
No, she did not.
Does she give you a long description of the alleged attack that she is saying that she suffered?
No, she did not.
Okay. Well, when you're going through the, let me pull this particular page up. The FNE history, do you remember writing that?
I do.
Do you put a longer quote of hers that's a direct quote because of quotation marks as to what she said specifically about this sex assault?
Yes,
Do you remember that specific longer quote as you sit there today?
I would have to look at it again.
Okay. To refresh your
To
memory?
refresh my memory or to be able to say specifically what that said.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And for the record, this is pagination 480053. Did that refresh your memory? And
Yes.
to get it word for word, would it be easiest for you to actually read the quote itself?
It would.
Go ahead and read that particular quote. And let me be clear, is this a quote that's coming directly from you to her and this is verbatim what she told you?
It is, yes.
Okay, go ahead and read.
I asked specifically for the patient to tell me what happened to her and her body during the assault.
Okay. And what did she tell you in response to that?
So she said, so I don't know any other way to explain it. He was waiting in our home and sorry. Any other way to explain it? He was waiting in our home and he grabbed me. Well, it was leading up to all of that. He grabbed me and pushed me down in my son's room. I was kind of like fighting back because he wasn't much bigger than me, you know. Then at that point, he just started forcing himself on me and taking off my pants. He didn't never take off my shirt, but I was saying no. And I remember like a little bit of my back started hurting and my head was hitting the floor, the concrete. Then I could tell that he, you know, like I could tell that I had to give in, just basically give up.
All right, let me retrieve that from you. As a result of that particular description, were you able then to do a physical exam of the defendant to see if there were any injuries, such as she said she was hitting her head on the concrete?
That was, yep, it's part of the exam.
Did you in fact do that physical exam of this particular defendant?
I did, according to the search warrant.
Okay. Did you take photographs of that?
I did.
I put on there, or I handed you earlier, People's Exhibits 340 through 353. Can you go ahead and flip through those and let me know when you're done? Did you have a chance to look through those?
Yes.
What are those photographs
Photos that I took.
of this defendant
Correct.
on January 29th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw when you were doing this physical exam of her on that date?
Yes.
All right, move for admission of 340 through 353 and permission to publish.
No objection. 340 through 353 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Ms. Van Nest, there's obviously the two screens there. If it's easier for you as we're going through these, you can just look at the photos in front of you, or you can turn around and point things out on the actual exhibits on the screens too. Is that okay?
Yeah.
If you want to look at the screens, there's a pointer there in the witness stand somewhere. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 340. Is this how she looked on January 29th?
Yes. So this would have been my initial photograph. We do an initial photograph to say, yes, this is who we are taking photos of.
Are there any injuries apparent on this particular photo that would corroborate what she's saying happened to her 2 days prior?
No.
People's 341. Looks like just a left side profile.
That is correct.
Any apparent injuries on her at that time that would corroborate what she told you that happened 2 days prior?
No.
People's 342. Is this right side profile?
Yes.
Are there any apparent injuries on her right side profile that would corroborate what she told you happened 2 days prior?
No.
344. What is this, the back of the head essentially?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries that would corroborate soreness to the back of her head that she was reporting to you?
I did not.
Did you feel any lumps?
I did not.
Any bruising apparent?
No.
Any blood?
No.
In this particular photo, do you see any injuries that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
No.
340, what number am I on? 44? 344, thank you. This top of head?
Yes.
Again, same questions. Any apparent injuries in this photo that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
No.
Any lumps or swellings or blood or bruising?
None that I noted. No.
345. So close up of that same scalp. Is this a close-up of this, of this?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And any injuries noted in the picture of her close-up of the scalp that would corroborate what she told you 2 days prior?
No.
346. Is it typical for you to take a look at their hands?
In this case, per the search warrant, yes.
Okay. As we're looking at, I assume these are Leticia's hands sitting on a table in front of her.
That is correct.
Were there any injuries apparent on the backs of her hands that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
I had noted abrasions and a bruise to her hands.
Okay. Those are not necessarily, well, can you see any of those in this particular photograph?
I can see an abrasion on her left hand.
So point that out using that pointer. Is it sometimes, can it be difficult to determine age of an abrasion on somebody's skin like that?
Yes.
Can you tell whether something is more fresh or older, generally speaking?
It gets yes and no. It's hard for me. Everybody is so different in how they heal and how injuries present on somebody. So it's really hard for me to say how long an injury has been there.
Okay. Let's go on to 347. This appears to be right hand with palm down on the desk. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you see any injuries on this photo that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
I see an injury on her pinky.
Okay, point that out. So sort of the inside along the edge of the nail,
That is correct.
348. What are we looking at in 348?
We are looking at a pinpoint abrasion.
What can cause a pinpoint abrasion like that?
So an abrasion is just essentially it's another word for a scrape. So just a superficial injury. So scraping it on a surface, even scratching, those types of things can cause that.
Okay. 349. I'm sorry, is that 349 that we have? Yeah, okay. Do you see any apparent injuries in people's 349?
I do.
Point that out for the jury and describe what we're looking at.
I also noted this to be an abrasion as well. And I believe she reported that her dog had bit her there.
Okay, so point that out and tell what finger and sort of general area of the finger.
Yes, so that would be her middle finger at the first knuckle. Second knuckle.
Middle finger of right hand,
Thank you. Yes.
palm up. And then what about the dot on the finger pad of that same finger?
That wasn't an injury that I noted. If it was an injury, I would have noted it in my record.
Okay. And then what's our next number? 350. Thank you. So this now appears to be left hand.
That is correct.
Point out any injuries that you see in people's 350.
I see an abrasion in between her pinky and her ring finger. There.
On the knuckle area?
On the knuckle area on her left hand, palm down.
351. Is that just a close-up of that?
That is a close-up at the same spot.
352.
That is a close-up with our measurement tool that we use.
So we really documented that one very well.
We did.
353. What are we looking at there?
We are looking at another abrasion, also on the left hand. Here.
So
That,
at the base of the index finger below the knuckle, essentially.
thank you, yes.
So as we're looking through those photographs, the only potential injuries that you were able to note on this defendant, were they only on her hands area?
That was the only area that was specified in the search warrant. I wasn't able to assess the rest of her body.
Okay. So, but as it relates to these photos, none on her head that would corroborate her head being hit on concrete.
That is correct.
And then the only other injuries are on hands, both front and back.
That is correct.
How many patients have you seen during your career as a forensic nurse examiner?
Um, roughly 600 around there.
Mr. Allen, could you
Yes.
find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes?
Yes,
so, please?
absolutely, Judge. How many people have you had leave before they finished with the SANE exam?
Just a handful, not very many.
Have you worked with patients who were suffering from some sort of mental health issue that they could not give informed consent to undergo this invasive procedure?
I have.
How many times has that happened?
I would say a handful of times as well. I don't have a specific number.
Was there at any point in your interaction with this defendant that you had any concerns about her mental condition, that she was unable to understand things?
No, I did not.
Did she give you informed consent to undergo this exam that she then didn't participate in?
She did.
What happens if you are interacting with somebody that is so severely mentally diseased or defective that they can't give informed consent and they're potentially a danger to themselves or others? What would you do?
I would notify the emergency room physician.
Is there a procedure for that?
There is.
What is that called?
So the emergency room physician, if they were concerned, I would let them know about that and they could place the patient on it, what's called an M1 hold, to be evaluated by a mental health evaluator.
Meaning that if somebody was so diseased and defective that they're a danger to themselves or others, that they can't voluntarily leave.
Correct.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that in your interactions with her?
No.
What is your lay opinion as to whether Letecia Stauch on January 29th was sane?
Your Honor, I'm going to object under people being behemoth. This witness does not have the foundation to say whether or not he is.
I understand. I'm going to allow her to provide her testimony. I think she does have some expertise. She does have some ability to, or has had some ability regarding other patients. So I'm going to allow overruled.
What is your opinion as to her sanity?
I believe she was sane and consentable to my exam at the time that I saw her.
And this would have been 2 days after her stepson went missing and she was purportedly sexually assaulted.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
Do you have any training in forensic psychiatry?
I do not.
Did you try to do any type of mental examination on Ms. Stauch?
No, I did not.
Would you be competent as far as medical training to do any type of mental examination?
I am competent in terms of assessing them for consentability to doing my exam,
Sure.
or if there needs to be further involvement by a provider.
But you're not trained to diagnose mental health issues?
That is correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, I don't think so, Judge.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step when you step off the stand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our evening recess. Again, don't discuss a case among yourselves. Don't discuss a case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. If we can have you all back where you normally meet in the morning so that we can start at, we should be able to start right on time at 9 o'clock. And you'll need to leave yourself, easy for me to say, you'll need to let yourselves out the door as Mr. Combs is not here. So juror number 10 in the front, if you want to lead the way out the door and just everybody else follow her. All rise for the jury, please. Yes, please. Thank you. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. wanted to make a little further record regarding the objection that was made at the bench with respect to the defendant leaving the hospital before having the SANE examination done. And the testimony, as I heard it and as I understood it, is that in this case, the SANE examination was a voluntary process that came across very clearly, that some people decide not to undergo it and some people go ahead and proceed with it. There was a claim, I suppose, that maybe she was supposed to have a SANE exam ordered. That did not come out through the testimony. What came out through the testimony was a 41-1 order requesting buccal swabs, blood, and fingernail scrapings. And I understand the argument was that her leaving before having something done pursuant to a warrant may comment on her, on the defendant's right to remain silent. First of all, the only warrant that has been discussed in any detail at all is the 41-1 order. Secondly, the defendant does not have a right to refuse that. As we all know, she could have been held down to have the 41-1 order executed. So I don't think it comments on her right to remain silent because for a couple of reasons. Number one, that order is to be executed whether it's with or without the defendant's cooperation. And number two, as nearly as I can tell, it appears that it was. So the testimony here is that the defendant left without having a SANE examination done, which by the testimony that I've heard is voluntary. And I've not heard anything else regarding that. So I just wanted to make that further record. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Defense?
Your Honor, I want to make a further record on the lay witnesses offering opinion regarding sanity or insanity and the specific legal terms of mental defect with it. And I'm referring the court to People v. Medina. Does the statute allow it? It does. But there must be an adequate foundation laid by the specific witness before such opinion. And this is a quote from Medina, and that is 521 P2D 1257, Colorado Supreme Court, 1974. Before such opinion, evidence from a non-expert can be admissible. Specific facts upon which the opinion is based must be first stated by the witness, and his testimony must show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. Such foundation is fair and reasonable requirement for a non-expert's opinion on the issue of sanity, competency, and stand trial. Your Honor, I think the lay witnesses can testify whether they observed anything unusual, whether they observed what they observed, but them giving an opinion about whether or not she suffered a mental disease or defect or was sane or insane, they have to have the proper foundation in order to be able to do so.
All right. Mr. Allen, do you have a response?
Your Honor, I think the statute's clear. I think what has happened so far, there's been some foundation laid with the witnesses, at least with the time that they spent with Ms. Stauch, and they can develop their opinions.
Yeah, I just think that, and what I have instructed the jury on more than one occasion is that a layperson or someone who even may be an expert but not classically trained psychologist or psychiatrist is not going to be able to give a DSM-4 or DSM-5 diagnosis, but they can give a lay opinion based on this is what I saw, this is how she reacted, this is what she did, these were my perceptions. I didn't see any of those kinds of things. I do think that that's appropriate, and I've given the jury a limiting instruction regarding all of those. I think more than once, saying that they cannot give an opinion based on a DSM-4 diagnosis, but there's a difference between a DSM-4 diagnosis and what a layperson may be perceiving, but that doesn't discount the layperson's opinion about a defendant's mental state when they are observing the defendant and what those facts are based on. So you've made your record and I made my ruling, and move on.
I know this is
Go ahead.
going to be annoying during the course of the trial. I think when a witness does this, I will continue to make objection. I'll try to make it a shorter.
Okay. Okay. And if maybe I could work on a further limiting instruction or something like that. But it seems to me, I mean, I've already told the jury, I think the issue here is that we already know what it is between the psychiatrists, right? I mean, the law has a legal definition of what sanity is, and psychology and psychiatrists have a psychological definition of what insanity is, and those aren't necessarily the same thing. It's this, and as I see this, it's the same with a layperson that may have an opinion about whether someone is insane or is not insane, but that's not necessarily the same thing as the legal definition, nor is it the same thing as the psychological definition under a DSM-4.
And I understand what the court is saying, just to make the record. I think there was a difference between when I testified or when even Dakota Stauch testified, who have an ongoing long-term relationship with her, versus these witnesses who have, 30, 40, 50 action with her, then making the, I don't think under Medina, that Medina, I think it's clear, they do not have the foundation to be able to say sane or insane. I think they can comment on what they've observed, but as far as making an overall opinion, they're sane or insane, I think Medina is saying they do not have the foundation.
Okay. All right. And what does tomorrow look like?
We'll start out tomorrow morning with a witness that's going to probably take the balance of the morning. It'll be former Detective Jess Bethel, and then get into some crime scene stuff with an expert in the afternoon.
Okay, the impression that I get, and I'm not trying to jinx anything.
Well,
but
I think I jinxed us by saying what I said earlier.
Well, I noticed that. But the impression that I get is that things are going perhaps faster than what you had anticipated. And you are making it through witnesses quickly. I understand that all of that may change once we get to the psychologists and those sorts of things. But are we about where you thought you would be? Ahead, behind?
I think it's pretty clear that we are ahead of schedule. But as you noted, we will start to hit slower witnesses.
Right.
We still have some pretext phone calls that we are going to be playing with a couple of different witnesses. We have the defendant's interview, for instance. Initial interview is tomorrow. That's about almost 5 hours of interview. We have another one with
Are you going to play the whole thing?
Yes.
Find a reasonable breaking point for that. It sounds like probably we'll need to take a lunch break somewhere in there. Just find a reasonable breaking point.
Yeah. Yep. So I think you're right, Judge, that we are going to hit a point where we're probably going to hear from less witnesses throughout a particular day. But I do think we're ahead of where we thought we would be.
Okay. The other thing that probably you need to be mindful of, especially since it came up with Mr. Young playing the video. When we get done with all of this, we need a clean laptop that works for everything.
Yep.
So just be mindful of that.
Yep.
Okay. Anything from the defense? Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then.
All right, kids, we made it through the day. Are you excited? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you all. We are here. Sounds like tomorrow morning. Yeah, they're going to show the interview. I caught that. Excited for that. I'm very interested to see this. And we're going to be able to see the TV for that, you guys. And I'll make sure I zoom in on it and all the things. Yeah, 5 hours of lies. Greasy, greasy lies. You know what though? It'll be interesting. We've been wondering what this was like for years, for literally years. Yes, going to be a long day tomorrow, so everyone rest up. Rest up, rest up. There has to be a way to combine the two and make a difference. I agree, the Spudler. Oh no, daycare mama, you need to recap. You've been at work. Oh, definitely watch the brother's testimony first thing this morning. Definitely watch that. He had a moment. But yeah, check out Avery Shannon tonight. We'll be doing a recap. And CDT tomorrow morning, we'll be doing a recap as well. And so that's what I recommend. There was a lot of I don't want to say boring because it was all foundational, but we heard from like budget rental company a couple times. We heard about her GPS locations and things like that. I would say that this last interview with this nurse is important, and the first witness, her brother, last witness and first witness, I think are the most important. And then perhaps the man in the middle with the video footage of the house. I think he's important as well. But other than that, it's a lot of foundational stuff. I think that the prosecution is doing amazing by every single day leaving the jury with something to think about and something to listen to. So, in Avery or CDT, either one of you guys, I need to change my settings so that they stop going to like strikeable or whatever. You guys, if you need to clip anything from here, please do so. It's more than welcome to. I need to change all the copyright settings on everything. But love you guys so much. I'm going to go ahead and get off here. We just got home from tumbling. The girls want their evening snack and then of course bath and bedtime. So, yes, thank you BC for dropping her link. So, all right guys, I'm going to go get that craft room set up in the Discord and I will see you all later. Do you want to say bye to everyone?
Bye, everyone.
Bye everyone.
Cake.